Big Daddy, I dig your vibrations.
nitrogen? have no idea to this day what that lady was singing about. The truth is, I don't want to know. I tell you, that voice saw it. It was like some kind of pink dinosaur walked into a drab little cage and used its powerful tail to knock those walls away. And for the briefest of moments, every last man at Shawshank was a pink little dinosaur too.
Well, hello everybody, and welcome back to Paleontologizing. So good to have all of you here. Holy cow, and my light just went out. Gonna have to fix that. Gotta get rid of those battery-operated lights, they're a little finicky. Anyway, it's good to have all of you here. Thank you for joining us, and we are gonna have a fun stream today. So I hope you're ready for it. Give me just a second, let me fix that light. And I'll tell you what we'll get up to today. Change out this battery. That's better. That's much better. In fact, maybe even a little too bright. And yeah, Trappy, we can talk about Dakota Raptor today. We can do that right after, this little intro here, if you'd like. If anybody's here for the very first time, then, welcome to Paleontologizing. It's great to have you here. Thank you for joining us. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. You probably know already that a paleontologist is a scientist who studies fossils. I work on dinosaur fossils in particular. That's what I'm all about. That's probably obvious looking at my office here. But I study dinosaurs, I publish on them in the scientific literature, and I dig up dinosaurs during the summers. You should check out the YouTube page if you'd like to see some of our digs this summer. I was live streaming from the field from Wyoming and Utah this summer, digging up at least 3 new species of dinosaur. So check out the VODs from that. And holy cow, Brant Gurga. Thank you for those 10 gift subs. Holy cow. Look at this wonderful bird here. So excited about your generosity. So excited. Maybe a little too excited. Uh-oh.
Get out of there, it's gonna blow!
Brand Gurga is overloading the system with 10 gift subs.
Thank you, Brant Gurga. Thank you very, very much. And, thank you, Cafe King, for the follow. Welcome, welcome. It's good to have you here. Hogan698, thank you for those 100 bits. And thank you, Trappy Jenkins, for those 100 bits, too. Looks like we do have a hype train going. We're already on our way to a level 3. That's incredible. Thank you, thank you. I appreciate the support. It's what keeps me here on the air. I stream 5 days a week now. Every weekday. Talk about fossil science. We talk about the history of life on our incredible planet Earth. We talk about new discoveries in paleontology.
Because if they're removed, America loses them forever.
And Guycomb Threepgood, thank you for subscribing. Welcome to the community. It is great to have you here. Holy cow. It's because of ongoing supporters like yourself, Guycomb. Again, welcome. Thank you. That I'm able to do this 5 days a week. This is actually how I make my living, believe it or not. Call me the world's first full-time live streaming paleontologist. I was able to carve out a niche for myself here doing science outreach full-time, and it's been pretty incredible. So, if you, Guycomb, or if anybody watching right now has got any questions about dinosaurs in particular, because that's what I study, that's what I publish on, that's my wheelhouse. We've got questions about dinosaurs or about natural history in general, about extinction, evolution, the fossil record, the philosophy of science, any of that stuff. Don't hesitate with those questions. That's what we're all about here. So, yeah. Let's scoot through chat real quick, say hello to everybody, and then why don't we get started talking about Dakota Raptor for Trappy Jenkins? Because Trappy's been waiting on that. Dakota Raptor is a dinosaur that I, myself, and a number of my colleagues have been very suspicious of since it was first published in 2014, I believe. Yeah. Might not be real. In fact, doesn't seem to be real. We'll talk about why. Like, Danny, what does that mean? Of course. A dinosaur that's not real? Well, it might not actually be a new kind of dinosaur. Like, when it was described, it might actually be a hodgepodge of other dinosaurs. And we're going to talk about why that is. Science Streams, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome. It's good to have you here. You were one of our first today. How you doing, Balint? It's good to see you. Hope things are good. Hope you're ready for the weekend. Hope you and Lita and the baby are all doing really well, too. And the cats. Tommy Ploticus, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome, Tommy Ploticus. Howdy, howdy. Arlay, good to see you. Cephalon Wolf, Ghostly Ghoul, Incinerate Gaming, Code Dolly, Boosted Brims, Pimp Cat, Matt M33, Trappy Jenkins, Chris Storiker, and Gray Fox. How are you all doing? It is great to have you here. Happy Friday, also. I hope you're all excited for the weekend. I know I am. Espy, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome. Grim Deviant, howdy, howdy. Neil, go for Fluffernut. Magsmus. Hogan. Lenina, how are you doing, Lenina? Welcome, welcome. Who else have we got? Esther the Dreamer. Ciao to you too, Esther. Welcome, welcome. Espy, how are you doing? Howdy, howdy. Espy, you've got another dinosaur deep dive, right? Did you want to hear about Daspletosaurus? Was that... Did I have that right? We can talk about Daspletosaurus this morning, too. This morning. Not streaming that early. On today's stream, I mean. Neutral Gnome. I like your username. Welcome, Neutral Gnome. A Truckhorn. How are you doing? Howdy, howdy, Truckhorn. Truckhorn, you contributed some of the filament for our coelacanth print, right? Thank you again for that. It's going pretty well. I'll show you the parts that are printed in a little bit. Confused Echidna, how are you doing? I hope you're doing well too. I'm doing great. Onlysaurus was shaken. Onlysaurus says, so no big raptor in Hell Creek? It appears not. Yeah, which is funny, because I've never found any teeth from an oversized dromaeosaur. I've found teeth from almost every other critter in the Hell Creek. Ankylosaurs, pachycephalosaurs, tyrannosaurs, hadrosaurs, ceratopsians, both triceratops and leptoceratops. I found dromaeosaurid teeth, small ones, troodontid teeth, 2 different varieties of troodontid teeth, I think. Mammal teeth, crocodile teeth. Never a tooth from a giant raptor. So, we'll be talking about that. Yeah. Anyway, Atuday, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome. Yeah. And Echidna says it's not even 7 a.m. on Saturday morning here. Well, happy future to you, Confused Echidna. I hope the future is a bright place. But I want to learn about dinosaurs, so I'm here. I appreciate that, Confused Echidna. You not a morning person? I'm definitely a morning person. Although I can be a night owl too, if need be. But it takes some work. Yeah. Oh, you sent Silk Brown. Oh, thank you, Truckhorn. Okay, cool. Yeah. And Sculpin, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome. Yeah. And... Oh, and SP? Actually, if you wouldn't mind talking about Daspletosaurus on Monday, I can prepare some content for that.
If you're feeling a bit cheated, try blaming the dinosaurs.
Golganek. Thank you, Golganek, for that coelacanth salute. Oh, man. Let me show you some of the pieces of our coelacanth right now, and then we'll get into Dakota Raptor. How does that sound, Trappy? Yeah. Wondergoon, I'm having a great day. I hope you are too, Wondergoon. I'm hoping I don't start to get tired in the middle of stream because I got both a flu shot and a COVID booster this morning. And sometimes those come with mild side effects. If those do arrive, hopefully it'll be after I hit the stop streaming button on our regular schedule. But we'll see. Yeah. Yeah, and Monday works? Excellent. SB. We'll put that on the in the stream title probably for Monday. And Sassenach Claire, how are you doing? Welcome to Paleontologizing. I hope you stick around. It's good to have you here. Yeah. 5G reception, very funny, SB. Yeah. And Confused Echidna. Well, I'll try and get through things with some alacrity today, so if I do start feeling any side effects later, it'll be after the stream ends, but we'll see. Appreciate your understanding either way. Get some side effects free. Actually, I didn't have to pay a dime for it. My medical insurance covered that. I do have medical insurance nowadays. I know a lot of Americans don't, unfortunately, because it's so expensive and, you know. But, you know, as Americans, it is our patriotic duty to lay down our lives and make sacrifices so that pharmaceutical executives can buy a 4th or 5th pleasure yacht or a 9th vacation home, you know? Anyway, don't get me started. Yeah. You need a nap after those, Ghostly Ghoul? I can nap when I'm dead, Ghostly Ghoul. Hopefully not anytime soon. Let me show you what we've got going so far for our coelacanth. We're printing torso part number 3, I believe, right now. Yeah, and there you go, Grim Deviant. 8 was not enough, Intrack, yeah. Well, that part is printing right now. Oh, shoot. Actually, before I show you the printed parts, let's talk about what a coelacanth is real quick. And pay attention, because there might even be an answer to an important question. I'm getting way ahead of myself. Let me pump the brakes. Here. All right. I told you I'd go over what we're going to be discussing today on today's stream. So let's do that real quick. Let's take a deep breath. Let it out. All right. On today's episode of Paleontologizing, it's Friday. We are going to be finishing our documentary about the Kitzmiller versus Dover trial, which we had started on Wednesday. We're going to be discussing Dakotaraptor for Trappy Jenkins, and we're going to be talking about what constitutes a new dinosaur and what kind of evidence is required for demonstrating that a dinosaur is actually something new. And we're going to be talking about some of the pitfalls involved with that. We're going to be talking about coelacanths a little bit too, because we are 3D printing a coelacanth. And then at the end of today's stream, or toward the end at least, probably at the end, we will be playing a rollicking game of Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, or scratch that, Who Wants to Be a Paleontologist. Because it's very, very rare that those two things, that Venn diagram ever overlaps at all, millionaires and paleontologists. We don't get paid enough, folks. We really don't. That's why I'm here on Twitch, honestly. But yeah. Let's talk about coelacanths first. Then we'll get into Dakotaraptor. Then we'll see what other questions people have. And then we'll get into our Kitzmiller versus Dover trial documentary. We'll finish that, and we'll do Millionaire. So right now, printing this. What is this thing? Let's talk about it.
Did you know this fish is more closely related?
Merp. This isn't right. Don't keep your seats. Do not adjust. Your computer monitors. There we go. That's better. And Ghostly Ghoul, thank you for that gift sub there. I appreciate it. Let's watch this real quick.
Did you know this fish is more closely related to mammals like you and other tetrapods than it is to other fishes? Coelacanths are incredibly important in the study of evolution. They were previously known only from fossils and thought to have gone extinct over 65 million years ago. In the 1930s, Marjorie Courtney Latimer found one in a local fisherman's catch in South Africa. This was a huge discovery. Coelacanths are known from the Comoros Islands between Africa and Madagascar, but also other coastal areas of Eastern Africa and in Indonesia. And these are unique fishes. They have an interesting caudal fin called a diphthcircle tail.
Oh, sometimes this gets in the way of... There we go. But very, very cool tail that they've got right there. And again, I showed this earlier this week. This really doesn't do it justice. That diphthcircle tail. Coelacanth tail. There we go. It is wild. So their tail has got this weird lobe thing in the center with a bunch of fin rays that come off of that. No other fish in the world has got a tail like that. But fishes with tails like this, coelacanths, their fossil record goes back to way before the dinosaurs. They go back to like the Devonian period. Like 400 million years ago. 450? 400. Devonian, I'm looking at my time chart up here. Yeah, we'll say 400 million years ago. Pretty cool. And they used to be super common. Nowadays there's only 2 species that we know about. They're pretty neat. They are pretty neat. So yeah, preserved fishtails often degrade in preservation? Indeed, Sculpin. That's exactly what happened right here. It's just kind of flopped over a bit. I don't think the fin rays are actually missing. It's just they're kind of flopped over so you can't really see them. But, yeah.
And these are unique fishes. They have an interesting caudal fin called a diphthcircle tail. They possess a rostral organ in the snout, likely allowing them to detect prey in dark environments.
Hey, Kelladon K, how you doing?
An intracranial joint in the skull that acts like a hinge and allows the front part of the head to swing up, which means they can really enlarge their gape when opening the mouth. And coelacanths are ovoviviparous, meaning females retain fertilized eggs internally.
The eggs are inside, they hatch inside the mother.
Females give birth to live young, called pups, which resemble adult coelacanths, just smaller. Coelacanths are part of the Sarcopterygii, or lobe-fin fishes, and one of the groups that gave rise to tetrapods, 4-limbed animals, including us. This coelacanth has fins, but they're at the end of these appendages, which have internal bony elements.
They're like limbs.
This lobe is the equivalent of my arm.
Yep.
By having research specimens like these, we can continue to learn more about fishes, but also about vertebrate evolution.
Pretty cool stuff. Pretty cool stuff. That's from the Field Museum in Chicago, Illinois. Yeah. And Southeast St. Going Well says internal fertilization is what made them survive. We don't really know why they managed to survive. Really, the bigger question is like, why did most of them die out? There's only 2 species left. These used to be the dominant fishes on planet Earth. At least one of the dominant fish clades. They used to be everywhere. Nowadays, there's only 2 species left. And, yeah. It's pretty wild. So yeah. And Guy Come Threepgood says sharks. No, they're not sharks. Sharks are elasmobranch fishes. So they're chondrichthyans. They've got cartilaginous skeletons. And sharks are way over on the other side of the vertebrate family tree. So they're not related to coelacanths. Coelacanths are much, 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 much closer to us than they are to sharks. But yeah. And Lenina says, I learned about coelacanths from a Sega Dreamcast fishing game. Oh, I get it. Dreamcast. I didn't realize that was a fishing simulator. Now it makes sense. I've been obsessed with them ever since. They're so cool, aren't they, Lenina? Yeah. And Kelladon K. Yep. Yeah, all the heavier elements except for hydrogen were formed in the hearts of stars, correct? Yeah. So basically, we've got anything other than hydrogen is it hydrogen and or helium? Yeah. Anyway. That's the coelacanth. We're printing our very own coelacanth right now. And let me show you the parts that are already printed. I am excited about this. Let me show you. Here is one part. Look at the circumference here. Look at that diameter. This is going to be a big model. Here is part number 2. And you know what? We might as well just glue these together right now before we get to talking about Dakota Raptor, shall we? I think that would be nice. Yeah. And then, honestly, one of the most exciting parts of the coelacanth. We have, set these here. The head. Right there. Lovely. And this came out really, really well. I'm quite happy with this. Take a look. Yeah. Very nice. So that's gonna fit on right here. And we have got the anterior of a coelacanth. Very nice. Yeah. Very, very nice. Why don't we glue this real quick? And Kudos Budos says, kind of reminds me of a catfish. Interesting. It's not, they're not at all related to catfish. In fact, they're much, much more closely related to land-living animals. Tetrapods. Four-limbed vertebrates. Yeah. Anyway, let's get to gluing, shall we? Let me get that glue. And nope, not related to catfish at all, Pimp Cat. Shoot, let me show you real quick. Go to our Tree of Life. Yeah. Let's go to catfish first, just to show you. Catfish. Clarius? I think that's the proper genus. There's so many different kinds of fish that get called catfish. But I think this is the one we're looking for. Anyway, let's throw our way over here. Within Actinopterygians, ray-finned fishes. There's an Angolian walking catfish there. Yeah. Now let's go to coelacanths. They are way far away. Way, 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 way far away. Right there. So you'll see that coelacanths, both the East African variety and the Indonesian variety, they are over here with birds, amphibians, mammals, and reptiles. Within Sarcopterygii, coelacanths are so much closer to things like frogs or opossums or lemurs than they are to catfish, which is pretty cool, right? Yeah. And that leaf appeared to be is available to be sponsored. Yes, indeed, Lenina. Yeah. Yo, Lobefin gang, says Rad Acid. Yeah. Yeah, we are lobe-finned fishes. Frogs are lobe-finned fishes. Birds are lobe-finned fishes. Because all of these creatures that live on land, what we call tetrapods, they evolved from a fishy ancestor that came up onto the land. You know, like Tiktaalik. You've seen this critter before. Yeah. I actually have a 3D print of this animal. But, pretty cool. So yeah, everyone watching this broadcast right now, and chances are any other pets in the rooms of any people watching this broadcast right now, are tetrapods. They are lobe-finned fishes, evolving from a creature like this. We can trace our ancestry back. It is pretty neat. Pretty neat. So yeah. Unless you have a pet like a tarantula or a hermit crab or something like that. Those are arthropods. They're not tetrapods. But mammals, reptiles, including birds, amphibians, we are all tetrapods, which means we evolved from a creature like this, Tiktaalik. Yeah. Pretty cool, right? And hey to you too, sysadmin. Good to have you here. Oh yeah, or goldfish. Shoot, if you've got ray fin fishes, they did not evolve from this. Those are the fishes that stayed in the water, kept doing their ray fin fish thing. They split off a long time before you had fishes like Tiktaalik that evolved. So yeah, anyway. So all these creatures here are lobe-finned fishes. Not just the coelacanth with its lobe fins, but also lizards, snakes, possums, lemurs, caecilians, frogs, and buntings. So yeah. Pretty cool. And sysadmin, you've been watching Your Inner Fish? Well, holy cow. It is amazing, isn't it? Oh man, it's wonderful. Highly recommend that series. It is fantastic. Yeah. And Silent Kevin, I'm obliquely familiar with Dinosaur Train. Yes, indeed. And Scott Sampson. I know Scott. I don't think Scott is a paleontologist anymore, though. I think Scott Sampson now runs... He's like a museum director at, I think here in the Bay Area at the California Academy of Sciences in San Francisco. I don't think he actually does paleo anymore. Yeah. Anyway. Silent Kevin, if your son needs some new dinosaur content to watch, feel free to bring him here. We strive to keep this family friendly, both in terms of content and language. And yeah, and I've got a lot of experience in teaching kiddos, so.
Dinosaur! Gigantic dinosaurs attacking our boy! A dinosaur? What?
I'm Art W. How are you doing? Welcome. Oh. Edamart W. Edamartu. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah, and only in episode 1. Isn't it great, sysadmin? Your Inner Fish is brilliant. Highly recommend that program. Yeah. And Guycomb says, oldest still living species that you know of. Guycomb, that's not really a... So all of the species that are alive today are... That's a tough question to answer, because it's like... It doesn't really work that way. If a species is alive today, that means that its ancestors go all the way back to the beginning of life on Earth. Because as far as we know, there's only been one time that life ever first arose on Earth. And that if life ever arose again after that, it probably would have just immediately been eaten by the life that was already here. So, like, life has one origin point. And all of the species that are alive today are descendants of that one last universal common ancestor, about 3.8 billion years ago, give or take. And so, species are constantly evolving and changing. But the word species itself is almost kind of a squishy concept. Because if you have one lineage that goes from the beginning of life on Earth until the present day, then unless you have, like, splitting events, which we do have splitting events, then it's really difficult to say, like, when it actually evolves into a new species, if it's the same population over time. So there's not really a good answer to that question, like, what is the oldest living species? Because it's like, if a species is around for a really long time, we usually don't even call it the same species. It's like, it's at a certain point, you just call it something new. You'd say that it's a new species because it's been around for a long time. Does that make sense? Then you can have splitting events where new species evolve off of that. But if you don't have any splitting events, if it's just the same population evolving for a really long time, sometimes we do what we call chronospecies. So it's like, okay, after a million years, it's changed a little bit. We're going to call it this. And after another million years, it's changed a little bit. We're going to call it this. I guess the big point, the take-home message here is that nothing stays the same for that long. Everything changes. Everything evolves. Those changes might be subtle, but they're there. There are no creatures that are alive today that were exactly the same, 10 million years ago, 100 million years ago, a billion years ago. There will be genetic changes. There will be differences. That's how evolution works, And if you're not evolving, it's because you're extinct. Every generation is always a little bit different from its parent generation. So yeah, does that make sense? I hope it does. Yeah, and Kelladon K says, what form of life has experienced the least selective pressure over the greatest period of time, perhaps? That's really hard to quantify, selective pressure. We don't have, like, a unit of measurement for selective pressure, Biology is more complex than that. It's more complicated. So yeah. Anyway. Yeah. But there are lots of creatures that look superficially similar, like they look kind of the same as they did a long time ago. One of those creatures we actually just 3D printed here last week. Let me grab it. And Kudos Budos says, I suppose the question would be which creature alive today is similar to its ancient ancestors? Oh, lots. Lots and lots and lots. Ferns and crabs and ants and cycads and I don't know, mice and, well, horseshoe crabs are an oft-touted example, like this one that I 3D printed last week. This lovely horseshoe crab who still needs to be smoothed and sanded and painted, along with so many other 3D prints. Yeah. Sometimes creatures like that get called living fossils, but that term living fossil is a misnomer. Because A, fossils are dead. Step one, as we all know. But also, like, things are constantly evolving and changing. One generation is always a little bit different from the generation before it. That's evolution. And so nothing ever stays exactly the same. Things might look kind of similar to our eyes, but the horseshoe crabs that we have around today are not identical to the ones that lived a million years ago, 66 million years ago, or 300 million years ago. They're different. It might still be the same kind of general plan, but, like, shoot, if you were a horseshoe crab expert, If you study these creatures intensely, you'd learn all the little differences. And you'd say, oh yeah, this is very different from the ones that lived in, say, the Devonian period. You know? So yeah. Yeah. Anyway, I hope that makes sense. Yeah. And Mr. Maxey says, I'm currently making a presentation to a couple of 4th graders on the Paleozoic era. I was wondering what defines this period? Well, like you said, it's an era and not a period. A wonderful place to start with this is Wikipedia, if you want, like, you know, comprehensive information on it. But the Paleozoic is, the term means ancient life, and it's the time period before the Mesozoic, which is often called the Age of Dinosaurs. So during the Paleozoic, man, there's a lot that happens during the Paleozoic. That's when life really, in the view of many paleontologists, when life really gets interesting. And you have creatures like horseshoe crabs that first evolve. You get the ancestors of mammals that first evolve. You get reptiles first evolving during the Paleozoic. You know, creatures come up onto land. It's... Honestly, the Paleozoic is more difficult to summarize than the Mesozoic or the Cenozoic, the Age of Dinosaurs or the Age of Mammals. Because so much happens during the Paleozoic. So yeah, the Age of Trilobites, yeah. Yeah, trilobites are one of the many, many creatures that were around then. Gimpleg, yeah. And they die out at the very end of the Paleozoic. There's no Mesozoic trilobites. So yeah. Yeah. Anyway. SB says, imagine being a horseshoe crab millions of years ago and being told you're a horseshoe crab. What's a horse, even? Yeah, there you go. Yeah. Famously, the horseshoe crab is neither a horse, nor is it a shoe, nor is it a crab. It's related to arachnids. It's related to spiders and mites and ticks. Yeah, although it's older than all 3 of those. Yeah. And it's an alien... No, it is very much from Earth, Tokanita. Very much from Earth. Horseshoe crabs... they are, quintessential Earth creatures. Anyway. An origin of horseshoe crab... We looked it up and I forget it. We need to glue together this coelacanth, though, before I get too distracted, because then we got to talk about Dakota Raptor for Trappy Jenkins, and we got to get into our documentary. So let's start gluing together this coelacanth. We get some glue. Here we are. Normally, when I'm gluing stuff like this together, I use a combination of Gorilla Glue and Super Glue. But this is kind of a fiddly thing, and I don't necessarily need it to cure super fast, so I'm just going to use Gorilla Glue. We want a little bit of extra time to make sure that everything lines up well. So, yeah, we're going to be using the slower acting glue here, so that we can kind of shift it around, make sure that everything lines up nicely, because if it doesn't, that's going to bother me later on, and I don't want to have any regrets about this wonderful model here. So yeah, I've already sanded these surfaces in order to make them nice and rough for the glue to stick to. So yeah, must seal the canth. There you go, Brannington. Yeah. Can anybody tell me what the name coelacanth means? What does that translate to? What does that describe, that name there, coelacanth? If you know your Greek and Latin roots, I actually don't know if it's Greek or Latin. Those are basically synonymous to me. We use them both in the biological sciences I'm using kind of interchangeably. That would probably really disappoint Greek and Latin scholars, but
Dinosaurs were the sort of creatures you might think of as inhabiting another planet, or the kind you dream of in a bad nightmare.
Phoenix 90, thank you for the 33 months of support. I really appreciate that. Thank you, Phoenix. Good stuff. And yes, indeed, Javasaurus, Grim Deviant. Oh.
No reason to think dinosaurs wouldn't still be here, wouldn't still be dominating the Earth.
There we go. Baber Hamlincoln, thank you for the follow and welcome to Paleontologizing. Yes, indeed, Javasaurus, Grim Deviant, upstairs down. And, yep, it means hollow spine. Very nice. Yeah. On account of the spines on the fin rays. That name, coelacanth, was in use long before anybody realized these fishes were still around. That was the name for the fossil examples of this group. Everyone assumed that they were extinct because they'd only ever been found as fossils. Alright, looking good. Pull us off of here, and got to feel around, make sure everything lines up well. Could have done a little bit better sanding on that side, but that's okay. I can still do it. It'll be trickier when it's glued together, but I can still do it. There we go. Nice. Oh yeah. Ah, lovely. So we will let that sit for a little bit. Let that sit and let that set. Oh, I keep shifting it around and I'm quite happy with it yet. There we go. But I'm glad I didn't use the super glue because it would have already been stuck together and I would not be able to manipulate it like this if I had done that. That would have been a mistake, so I chose well there. Very nice. That's it. That's it. I'm going to set it over here. We're going to leave it there. Let that set. Yeah, and once that's set, we'll put the head on there. Anyway. Nice. Yeah. And the coelacanth isn't done printing, sysadmin. It is. We've got a lot more printing to do. This is part number 4 right here of about probably 11 different parts. Yeah, but it's gonna be big. Here's the head right here, which we will be attaching shortly. Yeah, check that out. Very nice. Yeah. So yeah, it's gonna be pretty big, Smurf. It's gonna be pretty big. And yep, coelacanths are still around today. That's why they're so celebrated. Yeah, again, we'll talk all about this in December. December 23rd, we're gonna be having a coelacanth extravaganza. A special stream about these incredible fishes. Oh. And sysadmin, I use water putty to fill in the gaps between those pieces. Make sure it's nice and smooth. And hey, Spiced Pixie, thanks for the Friday greetings. Good to see you. Welcome, welcome. Yeah. And a lobefin fish who evolved to 3D print a lobefin fish. There you go. Rattlegore, yeah. Yes. Anyway, let's talk a bit about Dakota Raptor here. Trappy Jenkins, please tell me you're watching right now so that we can proceed with this. And then after we do a deep dive on Dakota Raptor, we will be returning to our documentary about the Kitzmiller versus Dover trial. We'll finish that up. We'll do some other stuff, and then we'll do Who Wants to Be a Millionaire.
If you're feeling a bit cheated, try blaming the dinosaurs.
I am always here.
I appreciate you always being here, Trappy. Thank you for the 100 bits. That is lovely. Well, Trappy, let's talk about this critter. Dakota Raptor makes me sad sometimes. This is one of those dinosaurs where it received a lot of attention. Good. And the general public kind of fell in love with it, even though the science behind it is a bit lacking. Well, more than a bit lacking. You'll see. If you've watched Paleontologizing for a long time, maybe the last time I played a video game, that was probably like 8 or 9 months ago, maybe? Approaching a year ago. I was playing the game Saurian right here. And this is a wonderful, wonderful game. In fact, let me just play you a trailer for that. Because the main playable character in it is Dakota Raptor. Here we go. There's Tyrannosaurus, and this is Dakota Raptor right here. Little hatchling, and then mom and dad. Triceratops over there. So yeah, this is a dromaeosaur. You're familiar with Velociraptor from the Jurassic Park series? Maybe you're familiar with Deinonychus or Utah Raptor? Dakota Raptor is a member of the same group. We call these dromaeosaurids. So it's not too often that you'll hear paleontologists use the word raptor. If we're referring to this family of dinosaurs, we'll call them dromaeosaurs. Dromaeosaurids, because that's the name of the group. Dromaeosaurids like this were fully feathered. They had feathers all over their bodies. And, there we go. Tyrannosaurus, Triceratops. More Triceratops. Thesalosaurus. Yeah, this is a wonderful game, and I highly recommend it. Yeah. But this kind of gets into why this is so frustrating for dinosaur paleontologists. Dakota Raptor. Here we go.
Saurian is an open-world video game intent on providing the most captivating prehistoric experience yet developed. Living the life of a dinosaur from hatchling to adult, surviving in their natural habitat. Saurian is unique for being rooted in rigorous scientific data, literature, and scholarship. Direct collaboration between...
They did a phenomenal job with this, where this game, they really hewed very, very close to the real science here. They consulted with real paleontologists and paleobotanists. They dove into the scientific literature. So it's not Saurian Games' fault.
The very beginning of this strange dinosaur's life.
Niffler, hey, thank you for the 2 months of support. I appreciate that.
Hi all.
Thank you, thank you. Welcome back. It's not the game developer's fault that Dakota Raptor is very likely not a real dinosaur. They were just going off the published literature. This is the fault of the researchers, really, who may have, well, allegedly did some pretty shoddy work. And I will show you, allegedly, some papers that were published that demonstrate this beyond a shadow of a doubt. Allegedly.
Developers, prominent paleontologists, and other experts ensures Saurian's dinosaurs look, move, and behave as close to the actual animals as current science allows.
Yep.
Saurian's gameplay is based on managing your stamina, thirst, and hunger without falling victim to the environment or becoming.
So that's Dakota Raptor there, the main playable creature.
Draw upon a variety of skills and abilities to survive. Master Dakota Raptors grapple and pounce to subdue combative prey. Avoid the sharp eyes and bone-crushing jaws of Tyrannosaurus rex. And track both predator and prey with keen senses. Brandish your natural defenses as Pachycephalosaurus and Triceratops to ward off aggressors and fight for mates. Survive long enough to court and reproduce and pass on your genes to the next generation. Dinosaurs change dramatically as they
Dakota
age.
Raptor.
As you grow,
What do we call this? Dinosaurs changing dramatically as they age? What do we call this, chat?
the next generation. Dinosaurs change dramatically as they age. As you grow
Yes, indeed.
from
Yeah.
hatchling to adult, you'll need to utilize new skills and strategies to match your new niche. As you rise from the bottom to the top of the food chain, other creatures will react to your growth. Predators may see a hatchling Tyrannosaurus as easy prey, but they'll think twice before going near an adult. The ecosystem is just as complex as the dinosaurs themselves. Every detail from the tallest tree to the smallest leaf has the
Anyway, you get the idea. So they really strove to make this as scientifically authentic as they could, and they did a wonderful job with it. Unfortunately, some of the science that they were drawing on has maybe some issues. So let's talk about that. Dakota Raptor, here on Wikipedia. I wonder if they'll actually say in the Wikipedia article that this is kind of a dubious genus. If they don't, well, shoot, you're going to be getting some cutting-edge stuff that hasn't even made it into Wikipedia yet. But, stuff that's still almost kind of rumor-based, but anyway. Hot, fresh takes. Dakota Raptor is a potentially chimeric, oh boy, yeah, genus of large dromaeosaurid theropod dinosaur that lived in western North America during the late Cretaceous. So, the thing about Dakota Raptor, let me show you the original descriptive paper. Was it 2015 that it was published?
That belongs in a museum.
Shoot, it was.
Tradoon.
Yeah. Here is the original descriptive paper for it. The title is The First Giant Raptor from the Hell Creek Formation. There were... Well, I can tell you this. Back when this paper came out, you know, the year was 2015. I was living in Bozeman, Montana. And a member of the Dead Lizard Society. That was our paleontology group on the Montana State University campus. So paleontologists, graduate students, undergrads, we would gather once a month, usually on a Friday night, and we'd sit around, have a potluck, you know, drink beers and discuss scientific papers. We'd usually have a couple of different papers that were assigned each month. We would read those, we would bring them to the meeting, and then we'd discuss them. Just a fun, casual kind of way to discuss science with your colleagues. It was really one of the highlights of my time in Montana, attending DLS, the Dead Lizard Society. It was, it's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. Especially early on when I was just, you know, bright-eyed, bushy-tailed undergraduate, getting to sit around and discuss scientific papers with paleontologists. That was pretty awesome. Anyway, This was one of our papers that we discussed in 2015. And at this point, I had already done a bunch of seasons of field work in the Hell Creek Formation. Some of my colleagues had done groundbreaking work on the Hell Creek Formation, and they were a little suspicious of this for a number of reasons. The first is that these fossils came off of private land. And they were from essentially like a channel lag. What a channel lag is, it's basically like, I wonder if I can show you. A lag in a river. Yeah, there we go. Yeah. So maybe you've seen a river or a big creek or something like that, and there's a shallow spot that just tends to accumulate a bunch of crud on it. You get sticks and branches and leaves, maybe you get shopping carts and old tires and stuff like that, just kind of gets washed up onto it and gets stuck. We would call this a channel lag in, like, Hell Creek paleontology. And I'm sure in other vertebrate paleontology, they probably have the same name for it, I would guess, in other time periods and stuff like that, too. But basically, this is just a shallow point in the river where crud gets stuck. And so, as the sediment is accumulating, that stuff gets buried. And when you find this kind of deposit in the field from an ancient, river snag like this, we often call them lags, but you could call it a snag too if that makes more immediate sense to you. I'm trying to eliminate as much confusion as I can. You just get all kinds of crud there. You'll get bits and pieces of different creatures all jumbled up together. And that can make things confusing. And so, yeah, Ken, that's another red flag. Maybe we'll talk about that a little bit, Ken. Here we go. Here we describe the first giant dromaeosaurid from the Maastrichtian of North America. The associated remains of an adult individual were discovered by the senior author in fluvial deposits, means from a river. Other isolated bones representing a gracile morphotype of the same species, as well as isolated teeth, were discovered at another locality within the same quarry. So they almost kind of gloss over it, but this is like a channel lag. This is a place where you just get all kinds of bits of different crud, pieces of different animals, all deposited in the same place. These are some of the bones that they have here from multiple individuals. They're claiming that they're all from the same species, which is, again, a little bit unusual. The Hell Creek Formation had been studied for well over 100 years at this point. Basically, since the 1880s, the Hell Creek has been studied, and no one has ever found a single scrap of this creature before. And now they're claiming to have multiple individuals, but only a few pieces of each individual in this hodgepodge of different things on private land. And these are private specimens. Apparently they were... Actually, it was a little unclear. Were they purchased, or what was going on here? Yeah. Anyway, the piece de resistance from this was the furcula. The wishbone of this animal. And yes, indeed, dinosaurs... Many dinosaurs did have wishbones. I'll show you a little clip with Jack Horner talking about that. There we go.
Including the discovery that theropods had a feature of birds not previously found. A wishbone.
People had sort of looked for them and really didn't know what it was going to look like. And then all of a sudden, we started finding them. Here is the wishbone of Tyrannosaurus rex.
Yep. So that's a T-Rex wishbone right there. And I've got my very own right here. It's very good at hiding because it's very narrow. Where is that? It's a T-Rex tooth and a T-Rex brain. Where's my furcula? Wishbone. Shoot, did I take it out of here? Maybe I took it out of here. Nope. There it is there. Yeah. This is my sculpt and 3D print of a T-Rex wishbone. There's something like 5 of these in the entire world. And, so obviously I don't have one here in my office. But this is a sculpt and 3D print of this. Yeah. Like you see right there. And they're claiming this is the wishbone of this new giant raptor dinosaur. But you'll notice it looks kind of funky. Like, why does it have these striations on it right there? And what's with this weird morphology? It's just all a little bizarre. Yeah, so A is supposed to be Dakota Raptor right there. Now, shortly after the original descriptive paper was published, actually very shortly after, this is published. The furculae of the dromaeosaurid dinosaur Dakotaraptor steini are trionychid turtle entoplastra. So it wasn't even part of a dinosaur. What they're claiming was the wishbone of this new dinosaur. It was actually a piece of a turtle. So yeah, it's showing me. There you go, Ken. Anyway, yeah. This is a turtle piece. It's not even part of a dinosaur. And so we were talking about this at the DLS meeting way back in 2015. Because this has been suspicious from the very beginning. For one thing, this should have been a huge discovery. Like, this paper should have been heralded far and wide. We've got a brand new dinosaur? Holy cow. From the Hell Creek Formation, holy cow. And it's like a public favorite, a dromaeosaurid. Why is it in this tiny little rinky-dink journal right here? Paleontological Contributions of the University of Kansas? What? And so, if you kind of read between the lines, the case probably is that they shopped this around to several different journals and got rejected each and every time. Which is a red flag. Chances are the editorial staff at these different journals, they should have been interested in this because it would be a remarkable discovery, but it seems like the science just didn't really hold up, and so it just apparently got rejected from journal after journal after journal, and then they had to publish it here. Yeah. Anyway, let me show you over here the entoplastron. Let's see. The entoplastron is the anterior part of the plastron of the turtle. The plastron is the chest piece, basically, the chest plate. If you want to get real non-technical with it. So it's funny, because it is from the same part of the animal. It's just the wrong animal. So it's the entoplastron right there. Yeah. Is the entoplastron actually fused clavicles too, like a furcula is? That'd be pretty funny. But anyway, this is not part of a dinosaur, it's part of a turtle. And so this very, very important part of the puzzle here turns out not to be from a dinosaur at all. They've got a few other bits and pieces here that they claim are from dromaeosaurs, and to me, some of these don't look like dromaeosaur pieces. They really, really don't. Those teeth look to me more like juvenile tyrannosaur teeth than they do dromaeosaur teeth. The femurs might well be from a different critter also. The claw almost looks like an Oviraptorosaur claw to me. You could have a hodgepodge of a bunch of different dinosaurs that all got slapped together in order to make a giant dromaeosaur like this. What's more, apparently the fossils weren't reposited properly in a museum, which I think may have been one of the reasons why the paper may have been originally rejected. They had an address here for the supposed museum that these fossils are being held in. And we actually looked it up, and it was like a storage unit in Florida somewhere. So yeah, not great. Not great. I think nowadays they might actually be in the, what is it, the Palm Beach Museum of Natural History or something? Which, if I'm not mistaken, might be in a shopping mall? There we go. From 3 years ago. So they've got... Oh, that was it. Okay. They've got a few specimens there. Anyway, I don't know if this is actually accessible to researchers. It probably is, though. I don't know. Anyway. A few days ago, it was over the weekend, I think Sunday morning, on Twitter, there was a very interesting post that I stumbled upon about Dakotaraptor. I'm looking for it right now for you. There we go. It goes to... I think this is Andrea Cow's page here. Theropod blog. So this stuff is not yet published in the scientific literature. It's not been peer-reviewed yet, but this kind of enhances my suspicion about Dakotaraptor. So they say in the previous post, they showed how the holotype material of Dakotaraptor is a multi-species assemblage, that the taxon is clearly a chimera comprising bones primarily from tyrannosaurids, ornithomimids, and coenognathids, which are oviraptorosaurs. Before proceeding with the post, it's good to clarify a concept that some may not have grasped. The multi-species nature of the Bone Butte site from which Dakotaraptor comes from is not my hypothesis that I am trying to demonstrate in some way. It is a fact deriving from observation and explicitly stated by the paleontologists who excavated the site. Yeah. Anyway. Does this prove the validity of a genus called Dakotaraptor? No, blah, blah, blah. I'll give you a link to this. You can read it if you'd like. You might actually have to translate it into English, which your browser can probably do for you, like mine did here. Yeah. But here we go. This apparently is a dromaeosaur caudal vertebra right here. So a tailbone from a raptor dinosaur. And it is pretty big. But what are the dimensions of the animal to which this vertebra belongs? The authors write that the vertebra has a center of 70 millimeters long, but based on the metric scale included in the figure, the vertebra is 65 millimeters long. So, either they goofed up, or... It sounds like they goofed up in one way or another. Either the scale bar is wrong, or their stated length for it is wrong. If we compare that vertebra with the longest intermediate caudal of one of the most complete specimens of Deinonychus, turns out that the vertebra from Dakota is 1.28 times longer. And assuming isometry with the femur, it produces a femur of the Dakota species of 365 millimeters. This value is in the expected size range for Deinonychus and Unionlagia, and not for Achillobator or Utahraptor adults. In fact, the femur attributed to Dakotaraptor is 558 millimeters long, therefore much larger than the dimensions attributed to the caudal vertebra. This further confirms the chimeric and multi-specific nature of the set of bones from which Dakotaraptor was erected. In conclusion, the caudal vertebra from the Dakotaraptor site does not belong to a giant raptor, but to a dromaeosaurid of classic size in the range of Deinonychus.
An armored giant, wreaking his prehistoric fury on modern man and his puny machine.
And Martin Fenry, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Yeah. Anyway. And P.S. on the blog's Facebook page, Tristan Stock informs me that David Evans also independently reached the same conclusion about this material. So there are definitely serious doubts about the validity of Dakotaraptor. And it'll be interesting to see how this plays out in the future. By the way, Dave Evans is one of the authors on this rebuttal paper right here, when they discovered that the so-called furculae were actually part of a turtle. So yeah, Dakotaraptor, its days very well might be numbered. It's almost certainly not valid, you know? Yeah. Anyway. What language is that in? It's in Italian, Miss Yvette. You could translate it. Just right-click with your mouse and go down to translate to English. Yeah. How often do paleontologists mix up turtle and dinosaur bits? Not very often, Dinosaur Dave. Not very often. That's why that was kind of shocking. But when you consider that they essentially, like, self-published this thing, I bet you if you were to talk to some of the journal editors and people who are in the know about this, there's probably rumors floating around like, oh yeah, that thing, of course we couldn't publish that. But I don't know. But yeah. Oh, and Ken, thank you for reposting that from Displacer. Displacer wanted to know, how common do you think big theropods like T-Rex were? If they had territories, how big would they be? Ken, that's a excuse me. Ken, thank you for reposting that. Displacer, that's a wonderful, wonderful question. Yeah. There's a paper that came out about this not too long ago, which was written in part by a friend of mine, Ash Paust, at the San Diego Museum of Natural History, aka the NAT. There we go. Yeah. So how many different...
You'll find that I generally spend a lot of time both in the collections and
That's Ash
in
right
the
there. We
office
really need to
just thinking
interview him
about
here on
bone. That is
Paleontologizing.
a consequence of being a not just a paleontologist, someone who studies the tissue structure of bone, usually under a microscope, but in general, just from being
and Andre
a
Cow from the
vertebrate
Theropod blog. Yeah, that's for the
paleontologist.
Dreamer. Yeah.
We often
Yeah.
have primarily bone, if we're lucky, left to deal with from the assemblages and the
Australia Zoo.
we're able to look at. Now, sometimes you get really
some
cool
cassowaries,
fossils, like
Dinosaur
the,
Dave. Yeah,
tissues
gharials if they
of
have them.
eggshell, or even the traces
You know what I like,
of
Dinosaur
past
Dave.
behavior on the ground, like footprints or nests. But for the most part, the material that we're working with is little bits of scrappy bone, and we'll see some of those in a minute.
Anyway,
so
we'll get to the...
someone who spends all my time looking at little bits of bones, try to count up all of the past organisms that have lived, and why would we specifically choose T-Rex to attempt that?
So,
well,
by the way, when I was saying that the Dakota Raptor paper was in like a tiny little rinky-dink journal, practically self-published, you would think that an important finding like that, like a new dromaeosaurid from the Hell Creek Formation, contemporary with T-Rex, lived at the same time in the same place, that would be the sort of publication that, sort of paper that science, you know, one of the biggest journals in the world, they would snap that right up. They'd be super happy to have that. It would be a cover story just like this. But that didn't happen. Yeah.
T-Rex is really cool. And I think that's where we'll start. Why a Rex census?
Yeah. Anyway, this is a really, really cool talk. I'll give you the link to it in a minute. But, yeah. There we go.
For an interminable amount of time and distance.
So there would have been maybe 2.5 billion Tyrannosaurus that would have existed over the lifespan of that species. But the number is not what's interesting here, and that's not actually the important part, really. The important part is how they arrived at this number. What was the process here? Like, how in the world do you come up with a tally about this, and what are the different variables that are involved with that? It's really, the question is more interesting than the answer is, and the way that you study that question. And this is a really, really cool talk.
It's just such a big, cool number. It's also very small. 2.5 billion. That's over millions and millions of years.
So yeah.
Little rare monsters, maybe in a far off sound. They would have moved around over a huge range.
Huge range.
At least some of the time, and in order to find the food that they needed. And maybe you would never have even encountered one if you went on a safari in the Cretaceous.
I kind of wonder about that.
A large number, but
I kind of wonder about that because I've only been out doing fieldwork in the Hell Creek for a few years, and I found a lot of evidence of T-Rex. Shoot, there are at least 3 different sites that I found with Tyrannosaurus fossils that we just didn't even bother to dig up because we didn't have anything close to a skull. Maybe it was an isolated femur. Maybe it's just a few teeth, something like that. Or a few vertebrae. So I don't know. But we can talk to Ash about this maybe live on stream at some point. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah.
Remember, again, so that's split up over its entire existence.
Why isn't there more arch in those cervicals? I don't know, Kim. That's a good question. Artist Danielle Dufault. She's the one who does the those animal videos, right? That we've watched many times on this channel. Yeah, that tail also looks awful short. Like that, is that the correct number of caudals? I wonder. Maybe she didn't put the did she leave out the intervertebral discs or something like that? The whole thing looks truncated. Yeah, I don't know. Or maybe Ash had to squish it this way in order to get it to fit on the slide or something. I don't know. But, yeah. A good question there from Displacer. You would imagine adult Tyrannosaurus would have a huge range. But shoot, there would have been a fair number of small ones running around too. Because not all of them are going to reach maturity. Definitely not. And it could be that the small ones and the large ones, maybe their territories can overlap, because young Tyrannosaurus might be doing something very different from the adults. So here's some lovely work by R.J. Palmer, I think, with Tyrannosaurus ontogeny. It's almost like it's a different animal, you know, between when it's young and when it's old. Young Tyrannosaurus were significantly smaller, with long, leggy legs like this. Probably would have been very fast animals. Just speed demons, maybe active pursuit predators. And then later on in ontogeny, we know they hit this big growth spurt, and they really bulk up. So maybe they go from being active pursuit predators, chasing after prey, to ambush predators, or maybe even primarily scavengers. Or just bullying, you know, younger Tyrannosaurus off their kills or something like that when they get to a certain size. But yeah, big changes in ontogeny, SB. Big changes in ontogeny. Yeah. From Tanicolegrius to Tyrant in a matter of a decade or so. There you go, Brandington, yeah. Yeah. Pretty cool, right? Pretty cool. So yeah, Tyrannosaurus, a neat animal. Very neat animal. Now switching from that to... Oh shoot, it's done. Our coelacanth is done? Let me get this printing again. We'll print another piece. Yeah. And then I'll put the head on here too. Here, let's get that done. All right, very nice. That's going to start printing in just a couple minutes once the bed heats up and the nozzle heats up. But we've got another segment of our coelacanth here. Beautiful. Yeah. This is what we have assembled thus far. And here is the head. Let's get this placed on there, and then we'll get back into our documentary. And we'll finish that up before we do Millionaire. Nice. Yeah. Get the desk pad out, the desk protector.
Glue is cheap.
And, but yeah. And, oh, Crunchy Koala. Do you know if they ever extracted DNA from that Caudipteryx a few years ago? They tried, Crunchy Koala. They tried. That was actually one of my colleagues. Someone I went to school with. Alida Bayul, I think, was one of the researchers on that project. And, oh, shoot. This is still coming undone. That's not good. It's still shifting around. That's all messed up. Darn it. Okay, I guess we actually need the super glue on this. That's frustrating. Here. They weren't able to get any DNA that I know of. I'm sure I would have heard about it if they were able to get DNA. But they got some other interesting biomolecules. but no DNA. Like Lenina was saying, DNA is far too fragile a molecule. It, yeah. It just wasn't gonna happen. Which is a shame, but not super surprising, I suppose. Alright. I gotta be real careful that I get this exactly how I want it very quickly, because with the super glue on there, it's gonna set fast. There we go. No, that's it. That's nice. That's very nice. Lovely. Beautiful. All right. There's that. That super glue will hold it in place. Pretty sure of that. Yeah, need a big clamp, says Miss Yvette. Well, I mean, if I just don't touch it, it should be fine. You know? Yeah. And MK Mephistopheles, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Yeah. Let's get back to our documentary here. Get rid of these tabs. Oh, first the trailer. For those of you who were not here yesterday or the day before, we have been talking about this.
I believe there is an intelligent design in the beginning.
Oh boy.
Saying that you don't believe in evolution is almost saying we don't believe that the Civil War ever took place in the United States.
An extraordinary court case ignites a small town.
There's like a civil war within the community, there's no question.
And puts science itself on trial.
Very important things were at stake. One is the future of science education in this country.
Nova reveals the story behind the headlines.
Anywhere you turned, we were getting attacked.
Witnesses started dropping like flies.
And probes the question, is intelligent design a scientific alternative to evolution?
Properly
Nope.
the subject of a science class.
Spoilers. Nope,
Or
it's not.
religion in disguise.
Yep, that one.
Of everything we mean and everything we understand by science.
Judgment Day. Intelligent design on trial on Nova.
That's what we've been watching. And here it is right here. So, the legal or I guess the prosecution here was pretty successful in building their case. Let me find this one quote from Kevin Padian again, which was pretty excellent. Where was that? Here we go.
Does it play by the same rules?
If you invoke a non-natural cause, a spirit force or something like that in your research, I have no way to test it.
Yeah, it's not science
So,
if you do that.
Supernatural causation is not considered part of science?
Yeah. I hesitate to beg the patience of the court with this, but being a Boston Red Sox fan, I can't resist it. Yeah. One might say, for example, that the reason the Boston Red Sox were able to come back from 3 games down against the New York Yankees was because God was tired of George Steinbrenner and wanted the Red Sox to win. In my part of the country, you'd be surprised how many people think that's a perfectly reasonable explanation for what happened last year. And you know what? It could be true. But it certainly wouldn't be science.
Yep.
It's not scientific. And it's certainly not something we can test.
The fundamental problem with intelligent design is that you can't use it to explain the natural world. It's essentially a negative argument. It says evolution doesn't work, therefore the designer did it. Evolution doesn't work, therefore we win by default. But when you ask them, what does intelligent design tell you about nature? Does it tell you what the designer did? Does it tell you what the designer used to design something with? Does it tell you what purpose the designer had for designing something? Does it tell you when the designer did it? Why the designer did it? It doesn't tell you anything like that. Basically, it's a negative argument, and you can't build a science on a negative argument.
Exactly. Yeah. So I'm trying to find this clip with Kevin Patey in here. Let's see. Is it here? Talking about... Oh. Here we go. Yeah.
Which has a long tail and
here we go.
Used as evidence. But Shubin's colleague, paleontologist
put the head on our coelacanth now.
showed the judge examples of other fossils with transitional features that support Darwin's tree of life.
My testimony in the trial was basically taking a day and showing the judge how we do our work and what the evidence is.
How dinosaurs evolved into birds.
Yep.
As seen in creatures like Archaeopteryx, which has a long tail and teeth like a dinosaur, but feathers just like a modern bird. How ancestors of modern reptiles evolved into creatures now extinct that share a common ancestor with mammals. And how surprisingly whales evolved from large land animals that returned to the water.
Yep.
And where the pandas book says we can't go from A to B, there are no fossils and we don't know how to study them. Actually, we've gone from A to B and to C, D, E, F, and G. We have the fossils, we have the transitional features, we have the ways of analyzing them with many different lines of evidence, and we're looking for the picture that accounts for the most lines of objective evidence.
With each fossil, Padian refuted Panda's claim that different life forms appear suddenly by showing how fossils of extinct organisms bridge the gaps between species, resulting in a picture of gradual evolution, just as Darwin proposed.
The reporters in the courtroom were just amazed that we knew all this stuff, and how come they hadn't learned about this stuff before? And the reason is, it's not in textbooks because the creationists fight so hard to keep it out. That's been a big influence.
Yep.
Took a break, and I remember the judge saying something like, biology class adjourned, for lunch, and he was, smiling, and it was clear that we had the judge interested in science.
I'm a professor of integrated biology.
Lawyers for the parents may have impressed the judge and reporters, but many in Dover wondered.
Yeah. Anyway, so that key quote there. There we go.
Just amazed that we knew all this stuff, and how come they hadn't learned about this stuff before? And the reason is, it's not in textbooks because the creationists fight so hard to keep it out. That's been a big influence.
Yep. That is a huge influence. That's the reason why I stream here on Twitch, honestly. The history of life on Earth is wondrous and exciting and incredible and extremely important, and most people in the general public never get to learn about this in school. Unless you go to college and you specifically take classes on biology or evolution, chances are you've never learned about this kind of thing. Maybe you pick up little bits and pieces from documentaries that you watch or something like that, but it's like, for as long as human beings have been around, we've asked ourselves, where did we come from? How did the world come to be? Who are we, and what's our place in this grand scheme of things, And there have been all kinds of different myths and legends and stories that people have come up with to try and answer those questions. But the thing is, nowadays, we actually understand this. We actually have information about this. We actually know where we came from as a species. And that's incredibly exciting. You know? This idea that these things no longer have to be a mystery, we know this as scientists. These super important questions, we have the answers to them, but most people in the general public don't know that yet. And that's because people like creationists fight very, very hard to keep that out of textbooks, to keep it out of the schools. I'm trying to get the word out here. That's what paleontologizing is all about, you know? That's why I'm here talking to you right now. The history of life on Earth is the most amazing, wondrous story that I know of. And I want to share it with you. So that's why we're here. Anyway. Yeah. And I agree 1,000,000%, Dormir Bell. Excellent point. Dormir Bell says, learning how the natural world works is mind-blowing. It shouldn't diminish any spiritual beliefs. No, it should enhance them. It should reinforce them, like you said. Science is absolutely beautiful. Agreed. Yeah. Anyway. This trial here was really, really important for science education here in the US. And as we saw yesterday, some of the creationists who had been working to basically smuggle creationism, religion, into science classrooms. Yeah.
Behe refused multiple invitations from...
We'll watch this little part again before we get back to where we were.
Though he went on record in the trial.
By the way, check out...
Dr. B,
looking at that here.
what is your profession?
I am a professor in the Department of Biological Sciences at Lehigh University in Bethlehem, Pennsylvania.
And you're a biochemist?
That's correct, yes.
How long have you taught at the college level?
For 23 years.
Sir, what is intelligent design?
Intelligent design is a scientific theory that proposed...
Not a scientific theory. Dormir Bell?
You have to share it.
Thanks for sharing science with all of us, Dormir Bell, through your support. I appreciate you. 2 months there. Thank you, Dormir Bell. Thank you very, very much.
...is that some aspects of life are best explained as the result of design.
Go check on the 3D printer.
The strong appearance of design in life is real and not just apparent.
Is intelligent design based on any religious beliefs or convictions?
No, it isn't.
What is it based on?
It is.
It is based entirely on observable, empirical, physical evidence from nature, plus logical inferences.
Now, when you use the
logical
term
inferences, oh boy.
What do you mean?
Well, I discuss this in my book, Darwin's Black Box, and a short description of design is shown in the...
And G-hole biota, sounds like you're in the right place. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Thanks for joining us. And thank you, Dormir Bell, for the 5 gift subs there. I appreciate that very, very much. Thank you.
Dormir Bell just changed things with those 5 gift subs.
Bell, incredible. Thank you very, very much for that. Really appreciate that. Thanks to you, there are now 5 people in this chat who won't have to watch any ads for the next 30 days. Thank you, Dormir Bell. Thank you very, very much. Super psyched your channel exists. I feel the same way about you there, Dormir Bell. Thank you for your support. And, yeah, G-hole biota, I love your name. It's good to have you here. G-hole biota, one of the most important dinosaur assemblages that, that's been found in the past half century, I would say. Easy. I'm actually working on a dinosaur from the G-hole biota right now. Not working on it like... I haven't had access to Chinese fossils, but working with Jim Kirkland on An ornithischian from the G-hole. Sothi Saint going on 10 gift subs from you. Thank you, thank you. Look at this. Very excited bird. A little too excited. Uh-oh.
Sothi Saint going well is overloading the system with 10 gift subs.
Sothi, thank you. Holy cow. Extraordinary. And Displacer? My goodness. My goodness, Displacer. 5 more gift subs from Displacer there. This is incredible.
With those 5 gift subs.
Thank you, thank you. I really, really appreciate that. Holy moly. That is pretty incredible. And Rayzilla.
Have some science bits too.
Thank you for those tasty, tasty bits, Rayzilla. I appreciate you. Thank you, everybody, for helping keep me here on the air. Again, if anybody's new here, I feel like I should do a quick little re-intro, like it's a station break on the radio or something. You're watching Paleontologizing. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. I'm trying to do some good old-fashioned science outreach here on Twitch. This is actually my full-time job nowadays. So every bit of financial support that I get through gift subs or bits or whatever, that puts food on my table. It funds my research, my outreach, my fieldwork. And if any of you are brand new here and didn't catch our fieldwork live streams this summer, I was doing some fieldwork in Wyoming and then later in Utah back in June and July and August, digging up at least 3 new species of dinosaur, and we were live streaming that almost every day, so check out the YouTube page if you want to see some of those broadcasts. It's a ton of fun. Can't wait until we can work on those things and get them published. So yeah. Anyway. And Tulgis, you saw that. I'm glad you found that really cool, Tulgis. It's pretty cool being there, gotta tell you. Yeah. Anyway. Back to our documentary here. Anyway, Michael Behe talks about how the bacterial flagellum here, it couldn't possibly have evolved.
Advance to the next slide.
Yeah.
In 1998, a man named David DeRosier wrote an article in the journal Cell, which is a very prestigious scientific journal, entitled The Turn of the Screw, the Bacterial Flagellar Motor. Now, David DeRosier is a professor of biology at Brandeis University in Massachusetts and has worked on the bacterial flagellar motor for most of his career.
Jonathan,
now, in that article, he makes a statement, quote, "More so than other motors, the flagellum resembles a machine designed by a human," close quote. So,
gotta love some quote mining, you know?
David DeRosier also recognizes that the structure of the flagellum appears designed.
And God bless this editor for this cut right here.
What I wrote was, this is a machine that looks like it was designed by a human, but that doesn't mean it was designed.
No.
It is the product of intelligent design. Indeed, this has all the earmarks of something that arose by evolution.
Yep, anyway. So I'm just giving you some highlights before we get back to where we were yesterday. Here we go. And now the cross-examination about the evolution of the nervous system, or the immune system.
Evolution, he says, fails to account for the network of organs and cells that defend us from disease.
Has the theory of evolution, in particular natural selection, explained the existence of the defensive apparatus such as the immune system?
No.
Do you consider it a problem?
I certainly consider it to be a problem. But other scientists who think that Darwinian evolution simply is true don't consider much of anything to be a problem for their theory.
If you could highlight the second full paragraph of Darwin's black box, page 138. What you say is, we can look high or we can look low, in books or in journals, but the result is the same. The scientific literature has no answers on the question of the origin of the immune system.
And in the context, that means
an entire scientific field that deals with this, and he's just wishing it away.
That the scientific literature has no detailed, testable answers to the question of how the immune system could have arisen by random
Deeply
mutation and
dishonest.
natural selection.
Deeply dishonest.
May I have
Yeah.
a quote, Your Honor?
You may. What I did was to pile on the witness stand articles all having very sophisticated explanations for how the immune system evolved, and basically challenged him to respond given the claims he'd made.
Now, Dr. Behe, these articles rebut your assertion that the scientific literature has no answers on the
I
origin
agree,
of
Holy
the
Lifton,
vertebrate
yeah.
immune system.
Yeah.
They certainly do not. My argument is that these articles have no detailed, rigorous explanations for how complex biochemical systems could arise by a random mutation and natural selection. And these articles do not address that.
And then he starts to say, well, have you read this book, Dr. Behe? And he starts to pile these up on Behe's witness stand. Eventually, Behe was almost dwarfed by the stack of scientific literature on the evolutionary origin of the immune system.
All these hard-working scientists published article after article over years and years, chapters and books, full books, addressing the question of how the vertebrate immune system evolved. But none of them are satisfactory to you.
That's a lawyer's trick. Purely a lawyer's trick. Now, was Michael Behe going to read every one of those books?
He should have before spouting off about how those books don't exist, about how this work has not been done and no one knows anything about how the vertebrate immune system evolved and it can't possibly have evolved. Maybe he should have actually at least spoken to someone who studies the evolution of the vertebrate immune system. Or read any of their work at all whatsoever, Oh, boy. Yeah. Anywho.
Before he responded, it was totally theatrics.
Mr. Rothschild?
Would you like your books back? They're heavy.
The defense case included 3 expert witnesses. And on the last day of testimony, the final defense witness told the court about a creature that by now was familiar to everyone.
I'm Dr. Scott A. Minnick. I'm an associate professor at the University of Idaho in microbiology.
Dr. Minnick, can you give us an example of design at the molecular level?
This is a bacterial flagellum. This is a system I work with.
We've seen that.
I know.
You're going to see a little more of it, Your Honor.
I kind of feel like Zsa Zsa's 5th husband here, As the old adage goes, I know what to do, I just can't make it exciting. But I'll try.
Now, you specialize your focus and research on the flagellum, is that correct?
That's correct, yeah.
And you've done experiments on the flagellum.
I have.
And you've written peer-reviewed articles on it.
Yes.
Now, Dr. Minnick, a complaint that's often brought up, and plaintiffs' experts have brought it up in this case, is that intelligent design is not testable. It's not falsifiable. Would you agree with that claim?
No, I don't. I have a quote.
It's true, actually. It is untestable and unfalsifiable. And the funny thing is, he says, well, to counter this, I have a quote here from the other guy who is just on the stand. It's like, oh, boy. It just goes to show that, intelligent design is not an active field of scientific research. Because it's not science, for one. So this guy is quoting the other guy who is just on the stand, and he's like, well, this expert here says this. It's like, yeah, that's the other guy. That's Michael Behe. He's right there. Just have him say it.
Intelligent design is open to direct experimental rebuttal. To falsify such a claim, a scientist could go into the laboratory, place a bacterial species lacking a flagellum under some selective pressure, for motility, say, grow it for 10,000 generations and see if a flagellum or any equally complex system was produced. If that happened...
That's not nearly enough time for that either.
Is that an experiment that you would do?
I think about it. I'd be intrigued to do it. I wouldn't expect it to work, but that's my bias.
Now, you claim intelligent design can be tested, correct?
Correct.
Intelligent design, according to you, is not tested at all, because neither you nor Dr. Behe have run the test.
The only 2 guys. Neither of them has run these tests.
That you yourself advocate for testing intelligent design, right?
Well, turn it around in terms of these major attributes of evolution. Have they been tested?
They have been.
See what I'm saying,
We
Steve?
do this all the time.
For both sides.
Both sides. Yeah,
As the
sure,
legal
pal.
teams battled it out in
Oh,
court,
boy.
the clash between intelligent design and evolution.
Anyway, we saw this part already. Death threats and stuff. And here we go.
Over school board motivated by religion.
Yeah.
If so, that would amount to a violation of part of the First Amendment to the Constitution.
Yeah, the Establishment Clause.
The Establishment Clause, which mandates the separation of church and state.
Yep.
In order to prevail, we needed to prove either that the school board acted for the purpose of promoting religion, or that its policy has the effect of promoting religion. It's either purpose or effect, either one.
The Establishment Clause says that Congress cannot pass a law which promotes one religion over another. And that trickles all the way down to any state action, and in this case, the actions of a school board.
But what evidence was there that the school board was motivated by religion?
I love this. I love this so much. Let's just watch it.
Months before the trial,
Oh, boy.
Bertha Spar had unpacked the boxes containing the 60 copies of pandas given by an anonymous donor. She found a clue.
I was directed by the administration to
She's one of the
unpack
teachers.
boxes, count the books, stamp, and number them. In the bottom of the box, I found a catalog. I opened the catalog to see what they had to say about the book in question, and at the very top of the catalog page, it was listed under creation science. This should certainly be a smoking gun and would be a benefit to us somewhere down the road.
This information was handed off to the National Center for Science Education.
Yep.
The NCSE was helping the lawyers who were arguing to keep intelligent design out of Dover High School.
Bless those folks, the NCSE.
Knowing of pandas and people would be central to the case.
It's an organization I
Nick
donate to.
Motzke investigated the book.
When the court case was filed and pandas was adopted in the policy, it became clear that pandas was going to be the representative of intelligent design for the purposes of this case. And so the history of that book became important, the arguments it made became important, and we undertook to dissect these aspects in preparation for the case.
This is like doing paleontology here, where like you have to understand the origins of something if you really want to understand that thing. You have to understand its ancient past, how it came to be. And they're doing this about this creationist textbook here, which is, oh man, I love it. I love it.
Motzke dug into pandas, examining it page by page, and scouring the internet to see what he could unearth about its history. Rummaging through the NCSE archives one day, Motzke came across a creationist student newspaper from 1981. At the bottom of the front page, he noticed a tiny article with a headline announcing unbiased biology textbook plan. And that article mentioned that a man named Charles Thaxton, now a fellow at the Discovery Institute, was working on a book that would present both evolution and creation.
The academic editor was Charles Thaxton, who was the editor of the Pandas book. So it was
Good
clear
Jody
that
Fish,
ad was referring to the Pandas Project. What was interesting is that it talked about the book being about creation and evolution instead of the later terms intelligent design and evolution.
Yep.
If they could show Pandas started out as a creationist book, that would suggest intelligent design is simply creationism repackaged and therefore inherently religious. Motzke emailed this information to Eric Rothschild, who immediately issued a subpoena to the publisher of Pandas for any drafts the book went through before
Oh boy. This is great. This is great.
They received 2 boxes of material.
I love this story so much.
The lawyers sent them to Barbara Forrest, a philosophy professor and author who has been tracking intelligent design for years. She was scheduled to testify in the trial.
Oh my goodness.
Upstairs Down says, I did our equivalent of the bar exams, but never practiced. But not many cases have a smoking gun like this. There are several smoking guns in this, and mostly the intelligent design proponents had them pressed against their own temples, it seems.
Those 2 boxes contained about 7,000 pieces of paper, and I had to sit down with those documents and just start flipping through them, which is what I did.
God bless her for doing so. Holy cow.
After much digging, she hit pay dirt. Buried in these documents were 2 drafts of pandas straddling the 1987 case of Edwards versus Aguilar, in which the Supreme Court ruled it unconstitutional to teach creationism in public school science class.
Yep.
One draft was written before the case, and the other revised just after.
So it's almost like you've got 2 different species before and after, like a turnover event or, like an extinction or something like that.
In the first 1987 draft, which is the pre-Edwards draft, the definition of creation reads this way. Creation...
Was it yesterday or was it the day before? There was a phrase I wanted you to remember. We repeated it a few times.
Means that various forms of life began abruptly through the agency of an intelligent creator with their distinctive features already intact. Fish with fins and scales,
birds with feathers, beaks, and wings, etc. Do you remember that? So this is their definition of creationism in the textbook.
The same definition in this draft, after the Edwards decision, reads this way. Intelligent design means that various forms of life began abruptly through an intelligent agency with their distinctive features already intact.
Fish with fins and scales, birds with feathers, beaks, and wings.
Same definition, just one is worded in terms of creationism, the other one worded in terms of intelligent design.
Because it's the same thing! Beautiful smoking gun there,
Everyone said intelligent design is creationism relabeled. Never in our wildest dreams, though, did we think that this would actually be recorded in paper in a way that could be documented in a court case.
Oh boy, and it gets even crazier too. Shoot, this part where, like in like a secret agent movie, like Bond films, for instance, where the evil billionaire villain, he's got James Bond strapped to a table and a laser is about to cut him in half and it's like inching its way toward him. And he's like, "Now, Mr. Bond, I will tell you my evil plan before I kill you." There's a very similar thing that happened here, which we'll get to. Monologuing. There you go, Jody Fish, yeah.
Single piece of evidence at trial.
Barbara Forrest's testimony would make a strong case that the Dover School Board was thrusting religion into the classroom.
Yep.
And in comparing the Of Pandas and People drafts, Forrest discovered that the authors had apparently made their revisions in haste.
Oh, it's so good. It's so good. A typo here, like a beautiful transitional fossil.
Using this manuscript, they failed to replace every word properly. I found the word creationists, and instead of replacing the entire word, they just kind of did this. And got design proponents with the C in front and the ISTS in the back from the original word.
Yeah.
The correct term for this transitional form is co-design proponentsists.
So good. It's so good. Oh, man.
This is the missing link between creationism and intelligent design. You've got the direct physical transitional fossil.
Yep, you can't make this stuff up, Thagameister. Exactly, right? Yeah. Oh, man.
Barbara Forrest's testimony not only traced the creationist lineage of pandas. Citing a Christian magazine's interview, Forrest let one of the intelligent design movement's own leaders, Paul Nelson, speak for himself.
The question he was asked was, is intelligent design just a critique of evolutionary theory, or does it offer something more? Does it offer something that humankind needs to know? And this is his answer, quote, "Easily the biggest challenge facing the ID community is to develop a full-fledged theory of biological design. We don't have such a theory right now, and that's a real problem."
He was being honest about that, at least,
Without a theory, it's very hard to know where to direct your research focus. Right now, we've got a bag of powerful intuitions and a handful of notions, such as irreducible complexity, but as yet, no general theory of biological design, end quote.
Yep.
The evidence she brought into that courtroom really exposed the hypocrisy of the intelligent design movement in a way that's irrefutable.
Movement. It's like a room full of people.
Their own language, things that they had written and said, to show that they themselves knew that this isn't science.
And on the stand, Michael Behe was asked how he would define science.
Oh boy, I love this. I love this. How would you define science? Michael Behe.
Dr. Behe, using your definition, intelligent design is a scientific theory, correct?
Yes.
Under the same definition, astrology is a scientific theory, using your definition, correct?
Using my definition, a scientific theory is a proposed explanation which focuses or points to observable physical data and logical inferences. There are many things throughout the history of science which we now think to be incorrect, which would fit that definition. Yes, astrology is in fact one. So is the ether theory of the propagation of light, and many other theories as well.
The ether theory of light has been discarded.
That is correct.
But you're clear. Under your definition, the definition that sweeps in intelligent design, astrology is also a scientific theory.
Yes, that's correct.
Oh my goodness. You know? It's like that clip. Oh my god, he admitted it. You know? Yeah. Yeah. No idea this was going to be a comedy, right, Patrick Crusader? Wonderful, right? Yeah. By the way, I hope everybody's having fun right now. I saw Moo Hoodles in here earlier. Moo, I hope you're doing well. It's good to see you. How are things? Yeah. Good stuff. Good stuff. Here is a link to this documentary here. Somebody was asking for it earlier. There it is again. That was you, right, Echidna? You got it. Anyway. Shall we return to this? Let's do it. Yeah.
You know, when you loosen the rules around what is science and permit the supernatural, permit deities, you are really destroying what makes science so vitally important.
He gets it.
The progress that our civilization has witnessed over the last 400 or 500 years. You're going back before the scientific revolution.
Even as a lawyer, he gets it. This is great.
And, you know, that's a pretty scary thing.
With the scientific revolution, the work of Galileo, Newton, and others banished supernatural explanations from science. But some think the supernatural still has its place.
At the very beginning of genetics, the idea of there being a hereditary factor that somehow was responsible for the traits that we have, but one couldn't quite identify what the factor was. That was also initially regarded as supernatural as well.
It's the God of the gaps argument, you know? It's like, well, shoot, we don't understand this yet, so it must be magic, you know? It's like, well, that's why it's not a scientific idea until you actually find evidence of it. Until you can actually demonstrate it, until you can come up with a hypothesis that's falsifiable, and then you repeatedly try and falsify it, and then if you can't, then shoot, it might be true, you know? Yeah.
So it's not that supernaturalism hasn't been part of science.
Gamers Tavern,
it has been, and it's often led to very fruitful results. And it seems that the evolutionists want to, in a way, ignore or marginalize that very important part of the history.
But Barbara
Oh boy, remember when I was talking about the Bond villain thing? Remember when I mentioned that? Oh boy.
Ingenious, isn't it, Mr. Bunt?
Scorpio, you're totally mad.
I wouldn't point fingers, you jerk.
Sure, do you expect me to talk?
I don't expect anything from you except to die and be a very cheap funeral. You're gonna die now.
Oh, he didn't explain the plan. Oh, anyway.
Stop him! He's supposed to die! Nice work, Homer! Am I proud of you?
Well,
when you go home tonight, there's gonna be another story on your house. Thank you.
I tackled a loafer at work today.
Anyway, he didn't say the thing. He's like, what was the line? No, I expect you to die. Anyway, maybe that's in the original film. I forget. But, yeah. Yeah, no, Mr. Bond, I expect you to die, Jody Fish. Well, oftentimes the whole reason I bring this up is because there's a cliche in films like that, where the villain decides to explain the whole evil plan and just line it all out there. Just in black and white, here it is. That's what the intelligent design people literally did, though. They wrote it up in a document, their whole plan, their nefarious strategy for working the way into science education in the US and taking over the world, trying to change world culture. They actually wrote it all out in a document they call the Wedge document. Here it is here.
Forrest testified that the intelligent design movement's goals are not entirely scientific.
No.
And are spelled out in a secret Discovery Institute document that had surfaced on the internet.
Goals are listed quite clearly in the Wedge document. It's their strategy document that they drew up about 9 years ago in 1998. Their goal is to completely overthrow all of the effects of evolution on society, which they think are uniformly negative. This document states that they want to completely change American culture back to what they believe is its properly religious foundation.
And they'll do so by detonating a nuclear bomb in Fort Knox to make all of the gold bars radioactive, so that the gold supply, anyway, it's not like that. It's not like in a Bond film, but it's like similarly nefarious sounding.
Back to what they believe is its properly religious foundation. They want every area of life to be governed by their particular religious preferences, and they're very clear about that in this document.
According to the Wedge,
some Bond villain stuff.
Darwin portrayed humans not as moral and spiritual beings, but as animals, leading people to abandon objective moral standards.
Oh boy. I mean, we got a taste of the objective moral standards of the intelligent design folks earlier. Not afraid to quote mine or use things out of context. Not afraid to basically lie and cheat.
The document lays out an ambitious agenda to overthrow this legacy. to see intelligent
Austin
design
Powers villains. There you go,
as a
Holy
dominant
Lifton, yeah.
perspective in science, and to see design theory permeate our religious, cultural, moral, and political life.
Oh, boy.
Though not written by Philip Johnson, the Wedge document is an outgrowth of a broader policy he conceived called the Wedge Strategy.
Yeah.
I know it can be made to sound like something sinister and
I know it sounds evil. Something like this, it might have the appearance of something nefarious and dastardly. You know? I might be twirling my mustache and cackling like a villain, but make no mistake, there's nothing villainous about this at all.
conspiratorial, but the wedge strategy, as I've explained it, is quite simple and innocent. When you use a wedge to split a log,
It's very good for the log, and the log likes it. Famously, a wedge is not at all destructive toward a log. The log is here for it, you know?
you start with the sharp edge of the wedge. My job is to be the sharp edge of the wedge, to use my academic credentials and legal abilities to get some hearing for the proposition that there really is something fundamentally wrong with the Darwinian story.
That's the thing, is that if there were something fundamentally wrong with the Darwinian story, we people who study it for, like, we people who study evolution for a living would find that. Like, that's the way that science works. If I, Danny Anduza, were able to demonstrate that evolution is not a good explanation for the diversity of life on Earth, I would win a Nobel Prize. I would be all over the... Holy cow, I would be world famous if I could demonstrate that. That would absolutely make my career... I would be set for life, you know? Same goes for every other scientist in the world. The fact that it hasn't happened demonstrates that, hey, there's something to this idea that living things change over time.
But I can't answer all the questions that arise. And so we need other people to form the thick edge of the wedge to take on the questions that do require scientific expertise.
With Michael Behe and...
So, I mean, that's... He really just kind of explained it if you read between the lines there. They don't have any scientific expertise. They're trying to critique a scientific idea, but they don't know anything about science. It's trying to use politics and power to change science, and that's not the way it works. But they don't care, you know?
Others forming the wide end of the wedge, Johnson hopes the wedge strategy will overturn what he sees as the negative effects of a century and a half of Darwin's theory.
The Darwinian story, when it became accepted, had a huge cultural impact. And if that story were discredited, then the cultural impact would be reversed.
And what he means by huge cultural impact, he's talking about things like women's rights, racial equality, like reproductive freedom, freedom of thought. Like, that's basically what they're trying to tear down here. And the thing is, this is not just me saying this either, you know? Here's one of those people right there, who was a fellow at the Discovery Institute. You might recognize the name. He's a conservative activist in the United States. He is one of the people responsible for the current, like, trans panic. People have died because of this. the whole, like, critical race theory panic thing. That's this guy. Rufo described his strategy to oppose critical race theory as intentionally using the term to conflate various race-related issues in order to create a negative association. Rufo said that we will eventually turn critical race theory toxic as we put all of the various cultural insanities under that brand category. The goal is to have the public read something crazy in the newspaper and immediately think critical race theory. Yeah. Anyway. LGBT grooming conspiracy theory, etc. Like... Since the Discovery Institute failed in their efforts to have creationism taught in public school classrooms in the US, they moved on to other things like that. So yeah, anyway, just to give you a sense for, like, who these people are and what they're about. You know?
As the negative effects of a century and a half of Darwin's theory.
The Darwinian story, when it became accepted, had a huge cultural impact. And if that story were discredited, then the cultural impact would be reversed, and there would be cultural changes in the other direction as well.
There is something outrageous about such a huge body of evidence being put together, then being confirmed in all kinds of other scientific disciplines, particularly genetics.
Maxim the Myosauria, thank you for being here. Yeah.
Just sort of deny it for reasons that have nothing to do with truth.
Yep, agreed.
And this became apparent during the trial. And then you began to look towards the judge and think, how is this guy going to get out of this? Because here he is, he is a Republican, he's been appointed by George W. Bush, who has said that he thinks the jury is out on evolution and both theories should be taught. And you began to think, what is this poor guy going to do?
Whatever the motivations of the Discovery Institute, the intelligent design movement, or the authors of the book Of Pandas and People, Judge Jones would need to focus on the motivation of the Dover Area School Board.
Yep.
Mr. Buckingham, I'd like to show you what has been identified.
Remember this
as
character?
P145. You'll need to look at your monitor.
The book that was presented to me for biology was laced with Darwinism from the beginning to the end.
William Buckingham is head of the curriculum committee for the Dover School District. He's also a board member. He strongly believes creationism needs to be taught in the classroom.
My opinion that it's okay to teach Darwin, but you have to balance it with something else, such as creationism. This was back in the very early days of the intelligent design thing. And don't you know, I could not think of the words intelligent design. I just couldn't. The camera's rolling, so I say creationism.
Because it's the same thing, and he recognizes that. But he knows he's not supposed to say it, you know? Just the incredible duplicity, the dishonesty of these people.
I should have said nothing at all, but I said creationism.
I was like a deer caught in the headlights of a car, and I misspoke. Pure and simple. I made a human mistake.
Freudian slip, right, Mr. Buckingham?
I wouldn't say a Freudian slip. I would say a human mistake.
And it was not Buckingham's only mistake.
Sometimes a cigar is just creationism in disguise, you know?
Both Buckingham and Bonsell had sworn in their depositions that they did not know who donated the 60 copies of Pandas to the high school.
Oh boy, they lied about this too.
By the time Buckingham took the witness stand, a different story emerged.
I stood up in front of our church one Sunday morning. We had to come up with, I think it was like $1,100 to buy these books. I said, I'm not asking anybody for a dime. I'm not telling you I want anything. But we believe in the power of prayer, not church. I said, just pray that the money comes in.
And then, magically, it appeared. No, he's, again, being dishonest. He was asking for money. What was that about false witness? Exactly, Golganek. Oh, boy. Not following his 10 commandments. Wonder how many of them he broke for the course of this whole thing. Maybe all of them.
Buckingham's prayers were answered with donations from members of the church.
So I deposited the money in our personal checking account my wife and I have, and I wrote a check to be passed on to whoever's going to buy the books. It was my understanding at that time that a businessman in the community had agreed to take the money and buy the books and donate them to the school.
Who was this
At that time, I didn't know
businessman?
who it was.
But at the
Again, he's lying.
trial, Buckingham admitted he had given that check to Alan Bonsall, and that
Yep.
the unknown businessman who bought the books had been Alan Bonsall's father.
Oh, there we go, yeah.
This contradicted statements Bill Buckingham and Alan Bonsall had originally made in their sworn depositions.
So they lied on the stand.
Lying under oath is a serious crime.
Oh,
We impeached the president
boy.
about it. And people go to jail for it all the time. And it seemed to us that there was testimony that demonstrated clear inconsistency.
Will 6'2", Danny, can you wait a minute, my coworker? What do you mean, Will?
I can't see into their hearts and know, the extent of the
There you go,
falsehood,
phone
but I do
machine.
know that we asked questions that should have elicited that information, and they didn't provide that information.
Yep.
It was almost like this weird feeling that, when you've watched a nature show and you know that the gazelle's about to get it from the lion, I remember actually thinking, oh God, Judge Jones is going to kill Alan Bonsall. I don't know. And then...
And he did. He distended his jaws and bit his head off in the middle of the courtroom. It was incredible. No, he didn't.
And Judge Jones, his face had gotten bright red at this point, and he goes, you tell me why you didn't say where that money came from to buy of pandas and people. And Alan Bonsall finally, under Judge Jones's grilling, started to get a little nervous, and he started flapping his hands, and he started stammering, and he completely had lost this self-assured composure that he had earlier. And finally he just said, well, I misspoke.
His perjury red acid, yeah.
Never in a million years did I ever think that I'd be in a federal lawsuit when I was on the school board or have the school district in something like that over a 1-minute statement.
You were trying to introduce creationism into a public school classroom. Oh, it's just a 1-minute statement. The guile of these people.
A 1-minute statement.
We weren't asking the teachers to become priests or Protestant pastors of some sort, or
that was going to be next school year, next semester we were going to do that.
Lay ministers or anything like that. Just let the kids know the theories there. Let the kids do their own research and find answers for themselves.
After 6 weeks, the trial concluded with closing arguments that were as divided as the town of Dover itself had become.
What am I supposed to tolerate? A small encroachment on my First Amendment rights? Well, I'm not going to. I think this is clear what these people have done, and it outrages me. That's a statement of one citizen of Dover, Fred Callahan, standing up to the wedge that has been driven into his community and his daughter's high school by the Dover School Board's anti-evolution, pro-intelligent design policy.
I like his use of the
This
word
trial
wedge
has
there. It's a
established
nice callback.
That intelligent design is unconstitutional because it is an inherently religious proposition.
It's
a modern
creationism,
form
yeah.
of creationism. It is not just a product of religious people. It does not just have religious implications. It is, in its essence, religious. The shell game has to stop.
In sum, Your Honor, I respectfully submit that the evidence of record shows that the plaintiffs have failed to prove that the primary purpose or primary effect of the reading of a 4-paragraph statement on intelligent design, explaining that it's an explanation for the origins of life different from Darwin's theory, letting the students know there are books in the library on this subject, does not by any reasonable measure, threaten the harm which the Establishment Clause of the First Amendment to the United States Constitution prohibits. But instead, the evidence shows that the defendant's policy has the primary purpose and primary effect of advancing science education.
No, it doesn't. Exactly the opposite.
By making the students aware of a new scientific theory.
No, a nonsense bit of claptrap. That's what it is.
One which may well open a fascinating prospect to a new scientific
It doesn't
paradigm.
go anywhere because it's not a scientific idea. You can't test it. Completely useless.
Judge Jones said he would return a verdict promptly.
All right. Chat, what do you think happened here? A district court judge appointed by President George W. Bush, Bush the Lesser, if you're keeping track at home. Friends with Rick Santorum, apparently. How do you think the judge decided on this?
4 days after the trial ended, Dover residents rendered their own verdict on intelligent design with a huge turnout for the school board election.
Holy cow, that is a huge turnout.
By a narrow margin, the people of Dover cleaned house. All 8 of the 9 seats up for election went to anti-intelligent design candidates, including plaintiff and former Dover science teacher Brian Ream. Among the candidates who got the fewest votes was Alan Bonsell. With the judge still deliberating, Dover's local school board election was national news and even provoked the ire of televangelist Pat Robertson.
Oh, shoot. Wasn't this the guy who was talking about... Was he the sex scandal guy, or was he the other sex scandal guy? Or was he the guy who died because the thing with the horse? Shoot, I can't talk about any of these things on stream, can I? Shoot. But anyway, yeah. And Balmer, hey, cool it with that, okay? Please. We're not here to disparage religious people. That's not what this is about. Okay? And that was Bacher, says Will. Bob Bacher did that? Paleontologist Robert T. Bacher? No, I know you're talking about Jim and Tammy Faye Baker, right? Will62. Who are actually related to Bob Bacher. No kidding. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah.
National.
Anyway, this guy.
Provoked the ire of televangelist Pat Robertson.
I'd like to say to the good citizens of Dover, if there is a disaster in your area, don't turn to God. You just rejected him from your city.
What a nice, kind, sweet old man. He's like, oh, I hope you all die because you wouldn't replace science with religion in your public school classrooms. What a real peach, you know? Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. This guy isn't still around, right? I always forget. Was he... There's so many of these, televangelist charlatans. Anyway. No, he died, says Mikey Likes. Okay. He's no longer with us. He died this year? 2 months ago? I must have been in the field. That's why I didn't hear about this. Anyway. And he wasn't in a scandal? I consider this a scandal, Holy Lifton, but yeah. Anyway. He at least did push back against some other... Was this the same guy who... Hang on. I can't remember if it was him or the big guy. Oh boy. Don't you love it when they fight? Pat Robertson knows nothing of dinosaurs and how they relate to scripture. I mean, that's probably fair, but this is from Creation Today Ministry. Let's take a look.
Of dinosaurs frozen in time out in the Dakotas, you know, they got Sioux, that big.
Why are the subtitles in Korean? I didn't ask for that. Auto translate to English, please. English. Here we go.
The dinosaurs frozen in time out in the Dakotas, you know.
Closed captions are useless here. Can we find a different one, maybe? Oh, even Pat Robertson denies the Earth is 6,000 years old. Here we go. Let's just... Can we see the quote? Here we go.
Now here's Pat Robertson. Say this, but Bishop Usher, God bless him, wasn't inspired by the Lord when he said it all took 6,000 years. It just didn't. And you go back in time, you've got...
Hey, Balmer, hey, this is a warning to you right now, Balmer. We are not disparaging religious people or being... I don't want to have to time you out here, you know? But cool it. You got it? Here we go. Let's see here. Hang on just a second. Oh, they moved all this stuff around. Anyway, just cool it, okay? Yeah. That's kind of the point that I'm making with this right here, is that even Pat Robertson, this, like, televangelist guy, even he realized that the Earth is much older than 6,000 years. He didn't buy a lot of the creationist claptrap.
Radiocarbon dating, you've got all these things, and you've got the carcasses of dinosaurs frozen in time out in the Dakotas, you know. They got Sioux, that big, what was it, you know, the fierce one. I'm sorry.
Is it a Tyrannosaurus?
It's kind of cruel that they kept this man, like, on stage for this long. He's, like, clearly not functioning anywhere close to 100%.
Yeah, Tyrannosaurus Rex, and
this is 10 years ago, by the way.
Female name like Susie or something. But
he's talking about Sue, the Tyrannosaurus.
They're out there. And so there was a time that these giant reptiles were on the earth, and it was before the time of the Bible.
Yeah.
So don't try to cover it up and make like everything was 6,000 years. That's not...
There you go.
The Bible. That's Bishop Usher.
There you go. Okay, so...
Anywho. So, kind of wild. Like, I want to like him in that clip. It's like, okay. Time traveling... Oh, the Traveling Tatter. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Yeah. Anyway.
I'd like to say to the good citizens of Dover, if there is a disaster in your area, don't turn to God. You just rejected him from your city.
He's like a mob boss in that clip. It's nuts. Like, so even Pat Robertson is more reasonable than some of the creationist people like Ken Ham or Kent Hovind, etc. But, yeah, I don't know. Even a stop clock is right twice a day. Maybe that's the point I'm trying to make. I don't know. But, yeah.
In your area, don't turn to God. You just rejected him from your city.
Though Robertson had already passed judgment, Dover and the nation would have to wait another month for Judge Jones to render his verdict.
A whole month. Holy cow. Yeah. And thank you, Balmer.
On December
I
20th,
appreciate that.
2005, Jones sent out his opinion by email.
When I went to work that day, we pretty much knew it was going to be out by noon. So I waited at work for a phone call.
The decision came across the computer, I think it was 1037.
The columnist behind me, I was reading it from the beginning, and he's standing over my shoulder and he yells at me, "Go to the end! Go to the end!"
I remember Mrs. Spar, Bertha Spar, knocking on my door and interrupting my class.
The 139-page opinion ruled that intelligent design is not science.
Yeah.
Finding it had been introduced for religious reasons, Judge Jones decided it was unconstitutional to teach intelligent design in Dover science classes.
There you go. Yeah.
Both defendants and many of the leading proponents of intelligent design make a bedrock assumption which is utterly false. Their presupposition is that evolutionary theory is antithetical to a belief in the existence of a supreme being and to religion in general. To be sure, Darwin's theory of evolution is imperfect. However,
that's why it's
the fact
science.
That scientific theory cannot yet render an explanation on every point should not be used as a pretext to thrust an untestable alternative hypothesis grounded in religion into the science classroom or to misrepresent well-established scientific propositions. The citizens of the Dover area were poorly served by the members of the board who voted for the intelligent design policy.
Citing what he called the breathtaking inanity of the school board's decision, he found that several members had lied to cover their tracks and disguise the real purpose behind the intelligent design policy.
The crushing weight of the evidence indicates that the board set out to get creationism into science classrooms, and intelligent design was simply the vehicle that they utilized to do that.
Jones recommended to the U.S. Attorney that he investigate bringing perjury charges against Buckingham and Bonsell for lying under oath. And the overwhelming evidence at trial established that intelligent design is a religious view, a mere relabeling of
This is it. This is the horizon which marks the extinction of the dinosaurs.
Jack's facts.
Below this level, and out in here, there are dinosaur fossils. Above this level, on these rocks, there are no dinosaur fossils. So I'm actually standing on the level that marks the extinction of the dinosaurs.
Welcome, welcome, Jack's facts.
And their 9 raiders have stumbled below that level. Let's talk dinosaurs.
Thank you for the raid. How did your stream go? I want to hear all about it, Jack's facts. Welcome back to Paleontologizing. For anybody who maybe is here for the very first time, let me introduce myself real quick. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. So as a paleontologist, I study fossils. As a dinosaur paleontologist, I study dinosaur fossils in particular. And I'm here talking about fossil science. So yeah. Anyway, we are just wrapping up this documentary that we started earlier this week. This is our third day. We're almost done with it. A couple minutes left. But, yeah, shoot. We are, I'm not going to show you the trailer one more time. It's okay. But anyway, this was the big intelligent design trial. It's just creationism. Religion that was... Some certain people were trying to smuggle that into a public school science classroom back in 2005. There was a big trial about it, and, well, this is what happened.
To do that.
Jones recommended to the U.S. Attorney that he investigate bringing perjury charges against Buckingham and
shoot.
Bonsell.
Those are two of the creationist guys.
For lying under oath.
Oh, boy.
And the overwhelming evidence at trial, he said, established that intelligent design is a religious view, a mere relabeling of creationism, and not a scientific theory.
Yeah.
In an era where we're trying to cure cancer, where we're trying to prevent pandemics, where we're trying to keep science and math education on the cutting edge in the United States, to introduce and teach bad science to 9th grade students makes very little sense to me.
Yep.
You know, garbage in, garbage out. And it doesn't benefit any of us who benefit daily from scientific...
It's the judge there, by the way.
The school district was permanent...
And Wind528, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Is that Wind or Wind 528? Good to have you here.
forbidden to teach intelligent design in its science curriculum. The administration was ordered to pay the plaintiffs' legal fees, totaling more than $1 million.
Oh, boy.
And the election of a new school board opposed to intelligent design meant no appeal of the ruling would be mounted.
Very decisive ruling
here. In the
here.
wake of the trial, Time magazine named Judge Jones one of the 100 most influential people of the year. But not everyone was so pleased with the judge's decision.
Oh boy, let's see what this guy has to say about it, who perjured himself on the stand.
To put it bluntly, I think he's a jackass.
Hey, language. Language. Excuse me. What a godly man here, you know? Oh boy.
Clown college instead of law school, or else he went to law school and slept during the Constitution classes. Because
I know so much more about the Constitution than, you know, a district judge who's presiding over constitutional cases.
His decision doesn't jive with the law.
I know the law. I own a boat, or I ran a jet ski dealership, or something. I don't know. I don't know what his back. Oh, he used to be a cop. Yeah. Sure, people loved him.
His decision doesn't jive with the law. I think he should be on a bench, but it ought to be in a center ring of Ringling Brothers Circus. It's disgusting.
I am the law. GQ, yeah. Yeah.
It makes me feel sad. We as a board were trying to make Dover the best school district it could be.
No, you weren't.
That was our goal.
You tried a crazy stunt.
We were trying to take it up to make it the best.
I think, first of all, you have to say we had a fair trial. I'm just disturbed about the extent of his opinion, that it went way beyond what he should have gone into deciding matters of science.
I mean, that's the thing, is that, like, they thought, oh yeah, we might lose this case, but, like, well, the battle will continue. It's like, well, no, it didn't. This is very, very decisive. Intelligent design, it is, you cannot have that phrase in any school materials nowadays, basically. That killed it, like, single-handedly, which is kind of wonderful.
It's the dinosaur man!
Reanimated Bit, thank you for the 2 months of support.
Hi Danny, is there any primers in chat?
Primer? What do you mean, Reanimated Bit? Primers? Thank you for the oh, like Amazon Prime, like a Prime gift sub, or Prime sub. There's you, Reanimated Bit. What do you mean? Yeah. Yeah. Does anyone have an unused Prime? That was a reminder. Oh, thank you, Reanimated Bit. Yeah, shoot. If anybody here in chat has not yet used their Amazon Prime sub for the month, then I would certainly appreciate it if you're not using it already. Anyway, let's continue.
The Discovery Institute was also displeased. Soon after the decision, the Institute published a 123-page book distancing itself from the case and criticizing the ruling as judicial activism.
Oh, boy. Oh, that's... I don't often publicly engage in schadenfreude, but that's delicious.
The verdict turned out to be more controversial than Judge Jones had imagined. Following the trial, he received death threats.
Oh, boy.
Jones and his family had to be placed under round-the-clock protection.
But, you know, creationists they're the best people. They certainly would never threaten anyone's life. They wouldn't try and kill a judge. Oh, boy.
I could never have imagined that I would receive threats to my person in an Establishment Clause case. But that's what happened in the Dover case.
Yeah. Oh, boy.
For newspaper reporter Lori Lebo, the verdict was bittersweet. Her father passed away just 9 days after the judge's decision. They had never reconciled their differences, though Lori remains a strong supporter of evolution. Recently, her family took over management of her father's radio station, and Lori began hosting a weekly show.
Evening, folks. We're going to listen to some Johnny Cash now.
In the end, though, there is probably one thing everyone in the case can agree on.
The issue is certainly not over. One of the things that we've learned is that the opponents of evolution are persistent and resilient, and they're still out there.
I had thought at one point that we would make a breakthrough on this issue and change the scientific community in my lifetime.
That's the thing, is that you change science by doing science. You don't try and smuggle things into a classroom. You're skipping decades worth of work. I mean, they just don't get it. That's the thing. I mean, I shouldn't be surprised that proponents of creationism don't understand science or how science works, because that's an essential factor in being a creation proponent, you know? And being militant about this kind of thing, it means that you don't understand how science works in the first place. So I guess I shouldn't be surprised at all, you know?
Now I'm somewhat sobered by the force of the counterattack that we have received. I see that it's going to be a longer process than that.
I think history tells us that there is an enduring disagreement and dispute in the United States as it relates to evolution. By no means did my decision put a capstone on that, and that will proceed for generations, I suspect.
Yep. So there you go. Here's again a link to this. That was Judgment Day, Intelligent Design on Trial, about the 2005 Kitzmiller versus Dover case, which started on September 26, 2005. We talk about this pretty much every September. We would have started it on the 26th this year, but that was my birthday, so we had a birthday stream instead. And now we're done. Thank you for sitting through that. I hope you enjoyed it. I hope you recognize why it's important. This is something that I'm deeply passionate about. I'm here to talk to all of you about fossil science, and to teach you about it. And so science education is something that is near and dear to my heart. Something I think about a lot. This was an incredibly important trial, and thanks for talking about it with me. And Holy Lifton says it underscores that we still have a long way to go as a society and a species. Agreed. And there are people out there who will fight tooth and nail to keep the general public from learning about the kinds of things that I teach about. You know? There are a lot of people who are incredibly, viciously opposed to the idea of evolution education. So, it is an uphill fight. But I'm happy to fight it. Thank you for helping me do that, everyone. Yeah. Anyway. With that having been said, It is now time for us to have our weekly or semi-weekly review game. Who is ready for some Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, or maybe Who Wants to Be a Paleontologist? You ready, chat? There we go. Let's get into it, shall we? This is our weekly review game that we do. If you have been watching for the past week, I'm going to be quizzing you on some stuff that we've talked about over the past 5 streams. From last Friday up until today. I guess that's 6 streams, huh? Anyway. Without further ado, let's go ahead and get into it. There we go. Well, 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 everyone. Welcome to Who Wants to Be a Paleontologist. Here's how this is going to work. I have for you 10 different questions. Starting at $2,000 and moving up to a full $1 million. I will read you the questions. You'll see them here on the screen. And then you collectively, chat as a unit, will determine whether or not you win this. And Chronophagecraft, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Chronophage, are you eating time? That's a cool name. Welcome to the channel. It's good to have you here. So the way that it works, nuts and bolts. You read the questions, type the letter into chat, and I'll be kind of taking chat's temperature about this. Seeing collectively what people are saying, and then hopefully we'll figure it out together. So, without further ado, our first question here for $2,000. Which euphemism did creationists use to try and smuggle religion into the classroom, sparking the Kitzmiller v. Dover trial? Is the answer A, origin study, B, purposeful manufacture, C, creation science, or D, intelligent design? All of those should have quotation marks around them, but unfortunately in this program, if you put quotation marks in, it creates all kinds of glitches. It doesn't like that. So pretend all of these have quotation marks around them. And chat, we were just talking about this extensively. And so you seem pretty set on D here. Yeah. Rad Acid says, darn, if only we'd watched something about this. I know, right? Well, D, is that your final answer? I won't be coy about it. Of course it is. And you are correct. Very nice. An easy start there. $2,000. Let's go ahead and continue. And hang on a minute. Ridla. Thank you for those 4 months of support. I really appreciate that, Ridla. Thank you, thank you. Welcome back. All right, you ready for the next question? I know you are. Let's do it. For $4,000, come on. There we go. Ooh, I believe we talked about this on Tuesday. On my birthday, actually. Question is, who was the discoverer of the fish-eating dinosaur Baryonyx? Getting trickier right off the bat. Is the answer A, Alan Charig? B, Angela Milner? C, William Walker? Or D, David Attenborough? What do you think, chat? I'm sensing some hesitancy from chat so far, but there's some C's also. A C from Paleo Lord. Welcome, Paleo Lord. What do you think, chat? So far, everybody seems to be gravitating towards C, those who are typing answers into the chat. Golganek believes the mustard. Clockman's mustard did say C, yes. And holy cow, Holy Lifton. Holy cow, no, Holy Lifton. Thank you. Thank you for those 5 gift subs there.
With those 5 gift subs.
I really appreciate that, Holy Lifton. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Good stuff. Huh. For $4,000, you better not get this one wrong, chat. Shoot, that would sink you real fast. But so far, everybody seems to be saying C. We've got one B. A Truckhorn says A and B published on it, I think. Says a Truckhorn. Well... Jody Fish says, I'm rather tossed up between B and C. I know Milner was involved in it somehow. Well, I think, in the interest of time... You want to use one of your lifelines so quickly, Plane Shift? Truckhorn says definitely C. Okay, well, if you think William Walker discovered baryonyx, is this your final answer? Majority does say C, Plane Shift.
Hold on to your butts.
You are correct. Very nice. Yes, indeed, baryonyx, one of my study animals. Baryonyx, here's my sculpt and 3D print of this critter. One of my, I didn't discover this dinosaur, but I'm working on it, working on a publication about it. But who did discover it? Well, that person's name
My name's William Walker.
Yeah.
I'm a plumber by trade.
Yep.
I often come to this part of Surrey to do a bit of fossil collecting. And one day I found a dinosaur.
Yep. Baryonyx. Yeah. And some of you were wondering about, what was it, A and B? Angela Milner and Alan Charig?
Without any shadow of a doubt, because it has one seemingly rather trivial, but
they described it. They were the ones who published on it.
And that is that on the vertebrae in the neck region, only in the neck region, on this process here, you have this little ridge, which is called an epipophysis. And no other animal, except theropods, have that.
And in fact, the little ridge ends up...
Yeah, anyway. Really, really cool. Here's a link if you'd like to watch this old documentary. All about the discovery of baryonyx. It is so cool that this is, like, available now. Yeah, but anyway, nicely done, chat. Nicely done. That was kind of a tricky question for right toward the beginning. And you got it. $4,000 in your pocket right now. Are you ready for the next question? Of course you are. Yeah. Let's do it. For $8,000. This goes back to our stream last Friday. What feature characterizes a white rhino? Is the answer A, its small size, B, its wide mouth, C, its one horn, or D, its white coloration? A white rhino. What do you think, chat? I'm seeing a bunch of B's, a C, an A, another C, some more B's. I'm seeing another B, another B. Rat Acid says the wide rhino, Kappa. Yeah. Well. Seems like chat's gravitating toward this. It's wide mouth. Yeah. Well, chat, if you think that's it. It's wide mouth. Is that your final answer? You are correct, chat. Nicely done. Yes, indeed, the white rhino. I've been told that it's actually derived from like an Afrikaans word, maybe a Dutch word. White rhino versus black rhino. Let's take a look. Both of them are actually gray or brown. But the one on the left there, with the kind of beaky-shaped mouth, pointy mouth, that's a black rhino. The rhino with the wide mouth, that's a white rhino. So there you go. Yeah. Black rhino, white rhino. White rhino, think of it as wide rhino, because I think that's actually where it's derived from. Let's look that up real quick. On good old Wikipedia. Yeah. It has a wide mouth used for grazing. A popular, albeit widely discredited theory of the origins of the name white rhinoceros is a mistranslation from Dutch to English. The English word white is said to have been derived from a mistranslation of the Dutch word weid, or wide, which means wide in English. The word wide refers to the width of the rhinoceros's mouth, so early English-speaking settlers in South Africa misinterpreted wide for white, and the rhino with the wide mouth ended up being called the white rhino, and the other one, the narrow-pointed mouth, was called the black rhinoceros. There we go. Ironically, Dutch and Afrikaans later used a calque of the English word, now call it white rhino. This suggests the origin of the word was before codification by Dutch writers. Our review of Dutch and Afrikaans literature about the rhinoceros has failed to produce any evidence that the word wide was ever used to describe the rhino outside of oral use. So, it seems like that idea that it comes from the Dutch word wide, apparently that's not true. Apparently we don't really know where the term white rhino came from. So yeah. Square-lipped is clearer but less colorful in a literal sense, HD, yes. Yeah. So anyway. Maybe next year we can interview a rhinoceros researcher for World Rhino Day. And get the real skinny on the wide rhino. But for now, chat, you got that right. $8,000 in your pocket now. You ready to move on to the next question? Of course you are. Let's do it. For $16,000. Getting trickier now. The last of the Alvarezsaur dinosaurs, Trirarchuncus, translates to what? Is it A, heavy claw, B, catcher of ants, C, Captain Hook, or D, three-clawed plunderer? What do you think, chat? I'm seeing some C's. I'm seeing a D. Only Saurus says D. Mikey Like says C. TD Fox says D. Cliff Alistair McLean says C. Is it C or is it D? What do you think, chat? This is one of my dinosaurs, so you better not get this wrong, chat. D's are starting to take over the chat. What do you think? We have a chat divided so far. More D's and a C from Blockman's Mustard. Claire Burr says, who is saying D? C. Mikey Like says C is my final answer. Crunchy Koala says C. Niffler says C. Ninplayer says C. Snedding says C. Balmer says C. What is it, chat? Is it C or is it D? Amelia Bedelia is changing to C. Patrick Crusader says C. D makes no sense. It only has 2 claws. Well, on its hands, maybe, Patrick Crusader. Pontius Pirate says C. A chat divided against itself cannot stand. Indrak says C. Well, is it C that we want, chat? Captain Hook. Well, C, senor, says HD and HB. You're going with the pirate, Charchon? Well, C for Captain Hook? A dinosaur named Captain Hook? Well, let's see here. You are correct. Very nice. Very nice, chat. And as I often like to do, instead of just telling you, yes, you were correct, let me show you. There we go. Trirarchuncus prairiensis, the last Alvarezsaurid from the Hell Creek Formation. Look at those hook-like claws. And who's that dingus on the author list? Who let that guy in here? Yeah. I think... There we go. New species of hook-handed dinosaur uncovered in Montana. There we go. Cat. I guess we'll go to Wikipedia. Service temporary. I don't know if I've ever seen this before on Wikipedia. Trirarchuncus. There we go. Name meaning Captain Hook after its single-clawed hands. There you go, chat. Nicely done. And this, of course, is my 3D model that I sculpted of this animal and printed. It has pride of place back there on my shelf. And look at those Hook hands right there, like Captain Hook himself, only 66 million years older and not fictional. This is a real critter, unlike Captain Hook. Pretty cool. Yeah. All right. See how somebody tried to trip you up here? 3-clawed plunderer, 3? Try? Triararchuncus? Try? 3? But you didn't fall for it, chat. At least not all the way. Very nice. Yeah. Anyway. Good stuff. $16,000 in your pocket. You ready to make that $32,000, chat? Let's go for it. Getting tougher now. For $32,000, the question is, the coelacanth is most closely related to which of the following creatures? Is the answer A, anchovies, B, billfish, C, carp, or D, dogs? What do you think, chat? Coelacanth, you know it's a fish. Which of these animals is it most closely related to? I'm seeing some D's in chat. Paul Shack with a dog emote there. Patrick Crusader says D. Bet Medler with the paleo dog. There we go. Stego dog. Oh, are those coelacanth emotes there, Golganek? Holy cow. That is really cool. Golganek, holy moly. This is lovely. I like that a lot. Yeah. A coelacanth is neither a koala nor a cat. This is true, HD. This is true. Yeah. Well, it seems like chat says that dogs are most closely related to a coelacanth. That sounds a little wild, but you seem pretty sure of it. Is this your final answer? Sounds fishy, says HD. Well, well, well. Of course you're correct. Nicely done. Yeah. I can't trip you up, chat. You knew that. Coelacanth. This remarkable Sarcopterygian fish is much more closely related to tetrapods, to land-living vertebrate animals, than it is to other fishes, like billfish or anchovies or clownfish or whatever the other ones were. Carp. And again, we just talked about this with our old Tree of Life. So let's go to coelacanths here. There we go. Over here. So coelacanths belong to this group that we call Sarcopterygians. And this includes everything from frogs to birds to primates to lizards to possums to us. Coelacanths very closely related to this group. They're much further away from other fishes like, actinopterygian fishes, ray-finned fishes. To get to them, you gotta zoom out. You gotta go way over there. Yeah. And then you've got all kinds of derived actinopterygian fishes, ray-finned fishes over here. So anyway, the point is, chat, you were correct. You were quite correct. Dogs, being a kind of tetrapod, more closely related to a coelacanth than like anchovies, billfish, or carp are. To show off our coelacanth in progress again. And oh, our coelacanth fin is now finished printing too. Very nice. Yeah. Yeah, good stuff. Good stuff. Balmer says a fish is not a dog. No, but a dog is a fish, Balmer. Yeah. Good stuff. That is a huge dog, Paul Shag. This is a coelacanth. It's not a fish. Or it's not a dog. Sorry. Anyway. But yeah. Pretty cool, right? Pretty cool. So anyway. Shall we continue here? I think we shall. Chat, for $64,000, you ready for the next question? I think you are. Let's get to it. Another one we talked about earlier this week. For $64,000. This Tyrannosaurus specimen, excavated by a crew from Seattle's Burke Museum, has one of the most beautiful skulls of any T-Rex. Is it A, AMNH 5027? Is it B, Sue? Is it C, the Tufts Love Rex? Or is it D, the Wonkel Rex? We talked about this on Monday, because I got to see parts of this. Answers are all over the map so far. We got B, D, A. And what's the criteria for T-Rex skull beauty? That could be subjective. Which one was dug up by Seattle's Burke Museum crew? I was in Seattle this past weekend. I got to meet this Tyrannosaurus up close and personal. Well, Bryce said the questions were going to get trickier as we get closer to the $1 million. Golganek says C. Airboss says B. Patrick Crusader says A. Plockman's Mustard says C. Lenina says C. Jody Fish says C. It will indeed be tough love to get it wrong. Pontius Pirate? It would be. Yeah. HD says, we talked about C this week, did we? Golganek with the Ocean Sea there. Kodali CC. Am I sensing a shift in the consensus here among chat? Sice says B. SV Harkin says A. Makeaway says A is a generic answer. Well. Claire Burr says, does AMNH 5027 not have a name? Its name is AMNH 5027. That's the specimen number, at least. Yeah. Is the dinosaur in the Carnegie beautiful? All dinosaurs are beautiful. ADAB, make away. All dinosaurs are beautiful. But some dinosaurs are more beautiful than others. At least they get preserved very, very well. Yeah, don't ignore the beautiful part. Which one was dug up by a crew from Seattle's Burke Museum? That's That's the important part here. Yeah. A, D, A, and B. Mackie, make up your mind. Which letter is it? Kidding. I think you needed a lifeline, chat. You know? Although, C. And a C again? Make a poll, says Omnisaurus. Let's do a lifeline. Let's do ask the audience, shall we? Here we go. Oh. Well. I know, Mackie, I was making a joke. It's being facetious. Not as divided as we thought, says Claire Burr. This isn't actually asking the audience. This is just a thing that this program spits out to give you a clue as to what the correct answer is. So, chat, we're going to go with C, the Tufts love Rex? Well. Is this your final answer? That's a silly name for a T-Rex, says SP. Shoot, I think Sue and Stan are silly names for T-Rexes, but that one's at least named after the two people who discovered it. Their last names, anyway. Anyway. You are correct, chat. C is correct. Yeah, very nice. And now to show you that I'm not just making this up, let's watch a little video on it. Here we go. Yep.
We are in northeastern Montana in Macomb County, and we're at the site of the Tufts Love T-Rex.
That's Greg Wilson's voice there.
Pretty much nowhere. I'm Greg Wilson. I'm a vertebrate paleontologist and curator at the Burke Museum. Yeah, so hopefully bring this down and start to see some bone. In 2015, Jason Love and Luke Tufts, two UW alum and Burke Museum volunteers, came out here and they discovered the site that we're sitting at. But at the time, it didn't quite look like an amazing site to us. There were scraps of big bones. The next summer, we were reminded about this site again. One of our crews came out here and started
Dave DeMar there.
At this
Dug
site,
with him many times.
and within a week to 10 days, we realized we had quite a special locality with the T-Rex.
There's Dave DeMar again.
Would have fit right in here. This is the glenoid fossa. We have a belly rib over here.
My name is David DeMar, and I am a postdoctoral research fellow in the Department of Biology at the University of Washington, working with Greg Wilson.
Not anymore. Now he works at the Smithsonian, I believe.
I stuck
right?
my awl in the sand and it went tink, and I was like, ooh, that sounds really hard. And so I just flicked the sand off.
Look at how...
Popped a beautiful maxillary tooth of a T-Rex. You can see a little...
it's such soft sand. It's crazy. It's crazy how soft the sand is here. Anyway, do we have... There we go. Yeah.
We started out with a challenge because we had a giant block of rock in the basement.
There's
with a
Spiff there.
T-Rex skull in it.
Michael Holland. Yeah.
I'm Michael Holland, and I am the designated T-Rex wrangler. I've been brought in to help to get this dinosaur out of the rock and bring it into the new Burke as an exhibit feature. It started out down in the basement, so we drove it into the elevator with a lot of heaving and shoving and grunting and sweating. And then from there we got a bunch of people behind it again and pushed and shoved all around until we could work our way down the hall and get into this room. So we hooked up to the chain hoists, and Ron ran one of the hoists and I ran the other one, and we just put the lift on it and kept going until we were high enough off the ground. And once we had enough elevation, then since the rack is on wheels,
Yep.
we could just bring the rack.
See these big red wheels right there? So I saw those this past weekend at the Burke Museum. There we go. Right there in the prep lab. This is all glassed off so that you can see into the lab if you're a visitor, but, you know, the people inside can't hear you or anything. They're hard at work. But I had a question about a Triceratops horn. That was out front there. I was wondering if that was one of the Triceratops horns that I had helped dig up. Because I had done some excavation for the Burke Museum for Greg Wilson's crew back in 2014. Oh, by the way, this is the Tufts Love T-Rex skull completed. Almost all of this is real bone, except for a few key pieces, which I'll show you. Anyway, it is absolutely gorgeous. One of the most beautiful Tyrannosaurus skulls in the whole world. Exquisitely preserved. Just amazing. Amazing. Anyway, I was really curious about a Triceratops horn that I saw there in the window, and I was wondering if that was part of Denver's trike, which is a Triceratops I helped excavate back in 2014. The year before the Tufts Love Rex was discovered by the Burke Museum crew, by Tufts and Love. And so I scrolled out a little note, and I stuck it up to the window, got the attention of the lab manager. And she's like, wait, you... She came outside, we started talking. She brought me into the collections, and she showed me a bunch of both this Triceratops specimen and the Tufts Love T-Rex, which is super cool. So that's Kelsey right there. She is super awesome. And was really eager to show me all of this awesome stuff in the back rooms. Stuff that's not publicly accessible, you know? And these are parts of that Triceratops right here. It was. The one in the window wasn't, but this is... I guess that's one of the orbital horns of Denver's trike right there. So anyway, yeah, that was a ton of fun. We talked all about this on Monday. Some of you were here for that. So big shout out to Kelsey, who actually showed up in chat on Monday. I guess somebody told her that we were
Oscar JR
we were talking about this.
Tier 1 sub to Brunhouse.
But anyway, there are more pieces of the Tufts Love Rex. Like this right here, back in collections. Those are the premaxillae with the teeth at the front of the mouth. Pretty cool, right? Yeah. She said, I like to put my finger here. I tell kids that I'm picking its nose, and they always laugh at that. Holy cow, Sculpin. Thank you for the 5 gift subs. That is extraordinary.
Those 5 gift subs.
I really appreciate that, Sculpin. Thank you. Holy cow. We're at 553 out of 300 gift subs for our goal for this week. That is phenomenal. And I really appreciate that. Thank you. Anyway, this is part of the Tufts Love Rex. Pretty awesome. Yeah. So anyway, chat, you got that right. It was the Tufts Love Rex. Tough question, but you got it. You ready to move on to question number 12 for $125,000? I think you're ready. Let's get to it. Ooh. Not the easiest, but I think you can do it. For an eighth of $1,000,000 here, $125,000. Your question is, also called even-toed ungulates, which clade of mammals do rhinos belong to? Is the answer A, Artiodactyla, B, Perissodactyla, C, Cetacea, or D, Nodoungulata? We talked all about rhinos on Friday for World Rhino Day. What do you think, chat? Artiodactyla, Perissodactyla, Cetacea, or Nodoungulata? I'm sensing a lot of hesitancy. Hesitance from chat right now. Jody Fish says A, TD Fox says D, Plockman's Mustard says B, Only Sora says C. So much division here. Oh, hang on a minute. Hang on a second. There we go. Also called odd-toed ungulates, which clade of mammals do rhinos belong to? Is the answer A, Artiodactyla, B, Perissodactyla, C, Cetacea, or D, Nodoungulata? Don't worry about it, nothing changed. I didn't accidentally get something mixed up while I was drafting these questions real quick before the beginning of stream. A, Artiodactyla, B, Perissodactyla, C, Cetacea, or D, Nodoungulata? What do you think, chat? What do you think? If you're calling them odd-toed, it's B, says Jody Fish. Frazzo says B. TD Fox says D. Truckhorn says B. Lenina says B. Kodali says B. Balmer says B. HD and HB says B. Seems like chat's gravitating toward B. Perissodactyla. Gotta be B, says Pothawk. Well, if it's gotta be B, then B shall be your final answer? You are correct. Very nice. Perissodactyls are the group that includes rhinoceros and tapirs and horses. Let me show you. Go back to our old trusty tree of life here. Let's go to rhinoceros. Zoom in there. Rhinos aren't closely related to hippos and whales. You're right, Jody Fish. You're right. So, rhinoceros. The Rhinoceratidae. They are part of this group that also includes tapirs. Weird that one doesn't have a name. But this one, the odd-toed ungulates Perissodactyla. There you go. Yeah. very, very nice, chat. Yeah. So there you go. $125,000 in your pocket. Rhinos are perissodactyls. Oh, and by the way, shoot, I should point out the difference. Artiodactyla versus perissodactyla. Hoofed mammals can be split into two different groups based on their number of toes. So... No, stop it. Gosh darn it. Facebook can't stand you sometimes. Well, all the time, really. There we go. Even-toed ungulates are artiodactyls. Perissodactyls are the odd-toed ungulates. That's rhinos, horses, and tapirs. Are perissodactyls. The even-toed ungulates are hippos and gazelle and camels and goats and buffalo and cows and giraffes, llamas. Also, whales should be up here too. This is a little bit out of date. Whales are artiodactyls. They are even-toed ungulates. They evolved from hoofed ancestors. So some of these, like hippos, have 4 toes. Some of them, like cows, have 2. But those are both even numbers. The odd-toed ungulates, like rhinos, who have 3. Tapirs have 3. Horses have 1. 1 is an odd number. 3 is an odd number. They're odd-toed ungulates. Does that make sense? And this is not just like, oh, well, we call them this because of the number of toes. No, the number of toes that they have as a result of where they split off in evolution. So these are actually groups of organisms that have split. There was a split a long time ago. And some creatures evolved an even number of toes, some evolved an odd number of toes. That's how this works. Does that make sense? Yeah. Yeah, they forgot the whales, Lenina. There you go. Yeah. Anyway. Good stuff. Nicely done, chat. You ready for $250,000? Only 3 questions left. I think you're ready. Let's do it. For $250,000, your question is: the protrusion at the back of a dinosaur's skull, which facilitates the ball and socket type connection with the backbone, is called the... So, again, that's... Here's our Camarasaurus skull right here. We're talking about this right here. This, like, trailer ball, basically, at the back of the skull. What is that called? Is it A, the occipital condyle? B, the foramen magnum? C, the antorbital fenestra? Or D, the intercostal clavicle? What do you think, chat? We talked about this earlier this week. And I showed one off that I got to hold from Denver's trike at the Burke Museum. That's why we're bringing this up. Let's see, chat seems a little divided. Lordy, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome. Lordy says, Danny showed me this in a museum like 5 days ago, too. Yeah, remember, Lordy? Pretty cool. Mother says A or B. SB says A. Paleolord says A. Freelancer and Patrick Crusader says C. Jody Fish says A. Claire Burr says it's like a bocce ball made of bone. It is. It's a bony bocce ball. But what is it called? think, chat? This is your last opportunity to use a lifeline right now. Charchone. Shall we use a lifeline? No need, we got this, says Lenina. What do you think it is, Lenina? Call a friend, my friend is Danny. That doesn't count. That doesn't work, Lordy. Espy says foramen and fenestra are holes, so they're not protrusions. D is between ribs, so it has to be A, says Espy. Reasoning through it like that. Interesting. Lenina said A. Occipital is skull-related. That's good, Bet Medler. We're talking about skulls. Amelia Bedelia says A. A is too obvious, says Patrick Crusader. You know, oftentimes the correct answer is too obvious. But sometimes it's a trap. It seems like chat is leaning toward A right here for occipital condyle. Occipital sounds like it, says Amelia. Druminga fight, there you go. Condyle sounds ball-like, says Ukraina? Ukarena? Urkarana. Urkarana. Sorry, it took me a... I got there. Well, chat, shoot. Saronlin says the right answer is always obvious if you know it. Wise words. Twalrus says A for sure. Well, that settles it then. But is this our final answer? What do you think, chat? $250,000 is a lot of money.
Hold on to your butts.
Let's do it. You are correct. It is the occipital condyle. Yeah. Very nice. Very nice indeed. And yes, chat, we talked about this on Monday. Right here. That is the occipital condyle of Denver's trike, which is a Triceratops specimen that I dug up back in 2014. There've not been too many times in my life so far when I've dug up a dinosaur for someone else's museum and then got to see it in the collections after it had been brought back and prepared and reposited in collections like this. So that was a pretty cool feeling. That was a pretty cool feeling, you know? I got to use this for Fossil Friday, one of these Fridays, on social media. Maybe I'll jump to Blue Sky and start doing that. But yeah, pretty neat. Pretty neat. The occipital condyle. And again, just so that you don't think I'm making this up, there it is right there, the occipital condyle. Here, let's... Triceratops. There we go, the occipital condyle. That's on a model. But, oh, there we go. This is on the back of a Triceratops skull. I know this specimen at Museum of the Rockies. Yeah, like a gigantic trailer ball right there. So, pretty cool. Pretty cool. I was very happy in this photo, Lordy. Holy moly. Yeah. So pretty neat. I'll show you on a small Triceratops skull. Here is a little baby Triceratops. And there's the little baby occipital condyle. Right here. See? Let me get the light so you can see it. But there it is. It's like a little ball right there that attaches the head to the neck. The occipital condyle. Anyway. Nicely done, chat. 2 questions left. Ready for the next one? I think you are. Let's do it. For $550,000, your question is, what causes the reddish coloration of birds like flamingos and scarlet ibises? Is the answer A, stress, B, algae, aka red tide, C, carotenoids in their food, or D, sunburn? What do you think, chat? What do you think? HD says a combination of A and D, stress and sunburn. Seems like chat is pretty well set on C already. Wind528 says they love shrimp cocktails. Well, shoot, I'm not gonna draw this out any further than it has to go. You know? I was here when you learned about scarlet ibises, Patrick Crusader. That's what these are all about, you know? Yeah. We're reviewing what we've learned. So, you say C? Final answer? Sometimes it's these easy ones that turn out to be trick questions, you know? I sure hope that's not the case here. It'd be a real shame to lose it all at $500,000, you know, one question before the end. But no, you got it right. Very nice indeed, chat. Yeah. And yes, indeed. We were talking about this yesterday. Scarlet ibis is what it eats. Is this like a blog post? We're not looking at this. There we go. Yeah. The large quantity of shrimp and other red shellfish produces a surfeit of astaxanthin. Let me caution. Thank you for the 4 months of support. I appreciate that very much. Thank you. Anyway, a carotenoid, which is the key component of the bird's red pigmentation. There you go, chat. There you go. Which means that you have but one question standing between you and $1 million dues. Are you ready for it? Well, who am I kidding? Of course you're ready for it. Let's do it. For $1 million, your final question is as follows. The unique caudal fin arrangement of a coelacanth is called a... Is it A? Actinopterygian fin. B. Posterior diving plane. C. Caudal protuberance. Or D. Diphicircle tail. Tough one, says Lordy. I hope people were paying attention when I repeatedly showed this answer at the beginning of today's stream. Geo Castaway, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. What do you think, chat? I see some C's. Lordy says C. Urkarana says B. Jermingophyte says A. Balmer says Diffie Circle Fin. Can we have a helpline for fun? It's the $1 million question. You can't use any lifelines for that, freelancer. Yeah. Tricky one. Tricky one. Frazo says, I'm guessing D, but don't hold me to that.
Dinosaurs were the sort of creatures you might think of as inhabiting another planet.
Trek Nerd.
Or the kind you dream of in a bad nightmare.
33 months of support. Appreciate that, Trek Nerd. Trek Nerd's trying to distract me while chat runs away with $1 million. Not gonna happen. Not gonna happen. Draku, thank you for the 3 months of support. I appreciate you. Red Wagon says D. Yep, no lifeline on the last question. This is the $1 million one. Can you feel the tension right now, chat? Can you feel it? Wow, stress and sunburn, says Clever. Everyone forgot because they thought they were extinct for so long. I mean, I repeatedly pointed this out at the beginning of today's stream. We watched a video and it was up there in great big letters. But not everybody was present for that, you know? Indrak says it's D. Muffin Raccoon is Googling. A Truckhorn says D. This is a tricky one, isn't it? Jermingophyte says I'd guess D over C, but still sticking with A. Golganek says D, and has a coelacanth fin there, a coelacanth posterior. Walrus says, I do remember coelacanths having a unique tail. My uninformed butt, I would say D. Yeah. We're gonna lose it all, says Pothok. Oh, that's actually your name? I thought I was making a joke, Bothok. I'm sorry. Well, I'll pronounce it correctly from now on. Pole? I mean... I guess... Yeah. I guess it is time to make a quick poll.
Let's protect our fossils, because if they're removed, America loses them forever.
And Wind528, thank you for subscribing. Welcome to the community. It is good to have you here. Thank you for that pledge of ongoing support. It means a lot to me. Lovely. All right, let's go ahead and make a poll and see what people are saying. Question. A, B, C, or D? Let's make this a 2-minute duration, starting now. The questions are as follows here. There we go. A, B, C, or D? What are you thinking, chat? Actinopterygian fin, posterior diving plane, caudal protuberance, or difficircle tail? Take a look at the results so far. Huh. There does seem to be a strong preference for answer D there. Wow. Clipper's chat is smart. Maybe. Smarter than me. I should have made this a 1-minute poll instead of 2 minutes. It's too long. Well, the results. There we go. D is clearly winning so far. So chat, if you want to go with D, we can go with D. $1 million is a lot of money, you know?
Hold on to your butts.
Is that your final answer? Well, the poll has ended. 72% for D. That is pretty decisive there. D for decisive, D for difficircle tail. Is this the correct answer, though? Let's find out. There you go, chat. Holy cow. Holy moly. Nicely done, chat. Nicely done. Holy cow. Congratulations. $1 million. Looks up money order if that's easier for you. No, we only, it'll be awarded to you in the form of, worthless cryptocurrency. Paleo coin. Yeah. GG chat, we beat Danny. Yeah, you did. You beat me like a drum. Anyway, the difficircle tail. This is, what I was referring to earlier. We watched this video.
Did you know this fish is more closely related to mammals like you and other tetrapods than it is to other fishes?
Yep. Yes, indeed. And, there we go. I even made sure to move the closed captions earlier in the stream so I could point this out, and we talked about this. And you remembered, chat. Many of you remembered this. Nicely done. Yeah. Pretty incredible. Pretty incredible. A Diffie circle tail. Yeah. So different types of fish fins have got different names. Heterocircle, protocircle, homocircle, and difficircle. These are all so small. Shoot. But there you go. Yeah, difficircle right there. Pretty cool, right? Yeah. Anyway, chat. Oh, caudal means tail. It literally just means of the tail, Pothok. Yeah. So yeah. Yeah. What is the die in difficircle for? It's got two parts up top and down below on either side of a coelacanth tail. Here. Coelacanth tail. See? Part up top, part down below. Or maybe it's in reference to the fact that it's got the little part in the middle that's separate from the rest of it. Maybe that's the die, maybe that's the two there. But anyway, what a remarkable fish. I am so excited to be printing one of these bad boys. It's something like 1/2 life size. It's going to be big. It's going to be real big, as you can tell already. One of the fins is now complete there on the 3D printer. We're going to have ourselves a coelacanth. Very excited about that. Chat, you could probably go mount your own expedition to go see some living coelacanths with $1 million. Nicely done. Very nicely done. Thanks for playing. Who Wants to Be a Paleontologist? Now, with that having been said, it's time to wrap up this broadcast for today. So I'm going to run my credits here. Don't go away just yet, though. We're going to go right into somebody else on ye old Twitch. See if anybody else is doing some science, perhaps. And I'll see you again on Monday. All right, who have we got who's live right now? Astro Canuck is on. We'll go right into Astro Canuck and see... Is he doing some science right now? Or he's doing some Lego stuff? Because what? Hoot House is not on, are they? I guess not. Let's go right into Astro Canuck. There we go. Thank you to everybody whose names are showing up here in the chat. Holy cow, we've had an incredible week in terms of support. 554 subscriptions this week. 554 new subs. Out of 300 was our goal. That is phenomenal. I am blown away. Thank you to everybody whose names appear in here in the credits, and everyone who contributed this week, from the quietest of the lurkers to the most vociferous of question askers, to the moderators and the subscribers and the gifters. I am blown away. It is such a privilege to be able to bring science to you each and every weekday. And I wouldn't be able to do that if it weren't for this incredible support, so thank you very, very much. Hope you all have a wonderful weekend. Be talking more fossil science on Monday. Until then, everybody, you take care of yourselves, and let's go show Astro Canuck some love. All right, everybody. See you later. Take care.